Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Look at that. 1 second on the countdown. What, he's turning the freaking thing off, talking, actually being here on time. Oh my goodness. It's a Christmas miracle in May. Hello, guys. How are we feeling? How are we feeling? I am just sorting a couple of things out, including making sure the webcam... Like, the webcam is on, it's just like it's not on, you know? So, yeah, just trying to figure that out and stuff. But, yeah, hello. How are we feeling? How are we doing? Everyone is feeling good. Be kicking off in a few moments, guys, and getting into some StarCraft 2 in today. Obviously, should be a good one. And, get ready to go. Why would Autobot remove that message? I don't know. I can only imagine one of those words is would be seen as offensive somewhere for some reason. Yeah, it's a racial. One of the words there's a racial term. That would be why. All right. The videos are coming through. Let's take a couple of moments. We'll head into this and have ourselves Classic versus JUMY to start the day. So we're back into the WardiTV May event. This is Group C today, and it's going to be featuring JUMY, Classic, CLEM, and SCARLETT. So some very fun matchups, and we'll be starting off with JUMY versus Classic to begin the day. So we'll get that underway. We'll get this all started. A couple of videos coming through, and then we'll be able to go. What's up, Chemo, over in the YouTube chat? Our biggest YouTube fan, you're here every day, bro. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. As, yeah, it looks as though we're actually going to have a map pick in a second, guys, so we should be able to start hosting. And look toward getting into games sooner rather than later here to begin the day, like I say, with some PvP. And then we can go from there, just waiting for JUMY to make his map pick. Torches, Pylon, Leylines, Incorporeal, Ultralove, and Last Fantasy vetoed, leaving us with, what, Tokamak, Shock Horror, Tokamak, Pylon. No, Pylon got vetoed. Actually, maybe this is going to be a little bit of an interesting set of maps. Leylines and Ultralove both out. Maganatha is going to be in here as well, so Maganatha, Tokamak. I was going to say, there's probably one more that I'm not thinking of right now. Persephone. Maganatha and Persephone. For some reason, Persephone escapes my mind a little bit in this current map pool. I think it's because it was kind of part of the WardiTV map pool, but not part of, like, you know, an official map pool. So I'm like, to me, it's carried over, but it's not. And so it doesn't come into a bunch of my usual kind of typical, like, thought processes of how I remember which maps there are. So yeah. I'm just going to make sure everyone is here and in-game. Give us a moment, guys. We'll just double check. Alright, I think we're just pretty much ready to go. We're missing a couple casters from yesterday, but maybe they'll join us as we continue through. I think for now we're just going to get into this and, yeah, head into JUMY versus Classic to start off our day. So, StarCraft 2 beginning right here. Welcome, everybody. Hope you're all okay. Hope you're all feeling good. And, yeah. Awesome. All right. Let's head into StarCraft. Some PvP to start off the day. As we, as usual, try and get our mirror matchup out of the way first, and we can have all the non-mirrors to continue with after that. As we have in the bottom left-hand side, it is going to be the blue Protoss player, JUMY. He's taking on, over in the upper right-hand side, the red Protoss player. We've got ourselves Classic. Alrighty guys, so yeah, this up and rolling, we got underway. We can see what our plan is going to be as we get ourselves into game number 1 of this best of 3. And we have ourselves, like, all the players who, I mean, Classic's been playing really well lately, but does seem to still have some of that inconsistency kind of to his name as well. So there's definitely something to think on there. And meanwhile, we've got JUMY, who's definitely been on the rise and has been able to start challenging some of the higher level players, but is still not quite that kind of complete point of, hey, I'm going to come in and be like a big favorite or anything like that. You know, he's still very much so a challenger. He's absolutely the dark horse when he comes into these groups, so qualifying on his own accord, not relying on invites. Cool to see him taking place, and showing up and looking good as we go. Cybercore's coming through. And let's just have ourselves a couple moments. Just going to see a probe getting nibbled at. Another probe getting chased around for a few moments as well. So we chase around there for just a little while. Again, Cybercore gateways coming up, getting settled in these early stages. Trying to get a kill off on that probe as well, so nice little grab early. As you see, the couple of gateways set up here. Classic not going to do anything with them though. He's just going to go into the Nexus, then start his sentry. So just going to go for as fast of a Nexus as he can off the 2 gates. Basically seeing his opponent on 2 gates himself and saying, cool, we're equal, so let me take the edge and the advantage. So Classic trying to take that economic edge here initially and see what and how he can kind of manipulate that into his favor as we get that going. Well, Sentry, Warp Gate continue to come online. We continue to get this build up. The Nexus coming through on both sides. A couple of those Adepts are going to go shading up toward the natural expansion as we see a Stalker and a Sentry still building up off the gateways. So that continues to come through for the moment. And yeah, the Nexus coming online as well. So we get that Nexus setting up from JUMY. So again, just that faster Nexus from Classic. JUMY does have the 2 Adepts then. We'll see if they can succeed in getting any pressure, but there's going to be a battery placed and that wall's off the main base, which means that the Adepts cannot get in easily. That is going to be a good shutdown on that. Twilight Council coming up versus the Robo Facility, so 2 different tech choices for the next phase of this. There's obviously the Twilight Council coming in on the side of... Twilight Council coming in on the side of Classic. Going to be that much sooner than the Robo going to be the priority from JUMY, but he actually goes into his own Twilight Council now as well, so maybe actually not going to be too big of a deal. Maybe having our couple of sentries nibbling, the Stalkers coming about as well. And Blink coming about, just going to be seeing our Twilight Guns coming through, a couple of probes coming up as well here currently. And we're going to get a battery up on that high ground as well, so it's going to get that put into place. And yeah, so settled down. Dark Shrine then from JUMY, so yeah, interesting kind of choice from him. Not going to go into the Blink or anything, going to get the Prism out in the Dark Templar, but Robo already starting from Classic, so the preparation to just be safe and set up here is huge. Now, that said, he's going into that, he's going into that Dark Shrine, Classic going to the Robo Facility. There is still a world where Classic ends up going into a, ends up going into an Observer, but it's moving out onto the map, and he still doesn't know it's DT, so he's not in position to defend. That's definitely a factor that we've got to keep in mind here as well. Definitely a possibility to kind of look out for as we make our way through this. Again, that Dark Shrine coming up for the moment. Robo Facility about to finish. Next coming through. Probes on the way up. And again, Blink about to be done here in a couple of moments as well. Well, the Dev's going to get there. A couple of probes going down. 3 workers being killed off already. I see a few DTs warping in, but I feel like the defense is going to be there. We get onto the Prism. Observer on the way. Well, it's no Observer out just yet, so never mind having the Robo if it gets depowered. New pylons coming down, but we've got nothing to stop these DTs. They can just kill the Robo. That's game. Wow. That's just game. That's going to stand there and be like, what, bro, really? Starts a robo facility down on the third base and just hopes it doesn't get found, but like this is serious damage. It's Classic. Just gets caught off guard. He's going to catch a couple units in the center. He's trying to blink away. Trying to say, hey, DT buddies, you should come and chase me down over there. Yeah, new robo found, so there's just no chance. Did not get the observer out in time, and JUMY gets the snipe on that robo at a critical timing. Huge moment from JUMY, and he is going to be taking a 1-0 lead here because this seems like a fairly unwinnable position at this point. Immortal defensively may go down, but even then you can warp in DTs defensively because, well, there's no detection right now. There's no way to get detection on the map. That just does it. That just seals the deal. Classic Green has probes across the map too, but you can see he's trying to go for some like base tradey kind of aspects, but it's just not realistic. But the amount of DTs that are available and the amount of time it's not like he's buying a little bit of time to get detection up. Like he starts to build the entirety of his freaking, robo facility and kind of on from there as well, So yeah, pretty brutal stuff. That is going to be the first game of this series going the way of JUMY as Classic gets Dark Templated. XZB2, thanks so much for the fresh new Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the stream. We're going to get into game number 2 of this here in a couple of moments. Second map will be Leylines. JUMY taking that 1-0 lead, and like I say, JUMY quite the dark horse. He's actually upset quite a few groups lately in WardiTV tournaments. Like he's won matches that definitely have rippling effects in the rest of the group as well, so it's been very cool. See that kind of play out. JUMY hosted our first game. I'm not sure if he's hosting the second. It will be Leylines. I will get onto that if he is not. The second map was vetoed. Of course, it's definitely on Magnatha, yeah, we went through this. Alright. Gonna be Magnatha the choice here from Classic. Perfect. Turn ourselves a referee, move JUMY up, move Classic up. This PvP ready to begin, guys. Action continuing here as Classic readies. Just waiting for JUMY to ready. There it is. I click that button. Let's get this going. And let's get this underway, guys. Alrighty. So we're going to kick this off, and we will see how things continue as we get going into this. Anonymous gifter gifting out Shuwab a sub. I probably absolutely made your name on that one, but thank you so much for the gifted sub. Known how to Shuwab, who just said, Wardy is super cool. I agree. I am super cool, aren't I? Wait, where are my cool guy shades? Oh, where are my where are my cool guy glasses? Oh, there they are. Oof. I was like, just like, just gotta make sure we're super cool. If someone's calling us super cool, God. That was nearly a disaster. Nelly couldn't find them. Oh, I was thinking they're always close at hand. Just, just specifically for this moment. Once every year or so when somebody calls me super cool, we got the shades ready just to live up to the moment. In the bottom right hand side, up 1-0, this is going to be our red Protoss player, JUMY. As in the top left, our blue Protoss player, we have ourselves Classic. I don't believe we got a map named after Magnath before we got one named after the super cool Code Wardy. Yeah, where's my map, man? Map makers, if you're stuck for a map name, as long as it's a really good map, just call it like Ward Villa or something. I don't know. Wardenatha. There we go. Just throw it into this kind of naming system. All right, couple of gates coming up. And you see a single gate just on the side of Classic. So a bit of a switch up here as he may be looking toward the idea of actually expanding just off of one gateway this game. And trying to get away with that in the early stages. So I think that's going to be our kind of initial part of the plan, just to start us off. And drop down a pylon over there, so a little bit of damage being done. A few shots coming around as we just have. And the cyber core's coming up, gateway coming through. We got ourselves settled in for a couple of moments. and see where things are gonna take us as we just have that probie just journeying across the map for a few moments. Just gonna wander over for a little while. Stargate on the way from Classic as well. Just gonna bring that straight through. Okay, it's building. Next is on the way. A couple more Stalkers coming online. Continue to get this settled in, and obviously going to be seeing two very different styles of play because you got JUMY on the one-base Twilight Council, where your opponent, Classic, is on that Stargate and expanding. So, yeah, expected aggression here from JUMY, expected attempted defense from Classic is how we are setting up in these early stages. Battery and the Nexus both coming through and online. It's going to be having ourselves that Void Ray coming up. Let's just say the Void Ray going to Chrono Boost once again, so keep that a rolling. First August is going to take the Watchtower for a couple of moments there as well, so again just going to be passing on by as we set up. Move about for a little bit. And Blink coming through, a couple of gateways coming about. We got ourselves settled down here. Just going to see that Void Ray very much so on its way in for the moment. And yeah, extra gateway is going to be full on 4-gate Blake in the near future. Void Ray and a couple of Stalkers is going to chase back the other direction. And that Blink halfway done right now. A couple more Stalkers coming through, gateway coming online. Shots coming around already. Void Ray is just going to be chilling overhead in that natural expansion, just going to be hanging out there. Couple extra gates coming through. Classic just again preparing for this defense. We're going to be fully throttled into this attack here very shortly, and once this starts, there should be not really much turning back from it. Again, the Voids and the Stalkers and the Sentries gather up. Because that's just going to blink straight in. Oh my goodness, the first Void Ray goes down so quickly. I don't think Classic was quite ready for how quickly that Void Ray is going to get jumped on. However, now, second Void Ray goes down as well. Did Classic just die a quick death? Yes, he did. JUMY. He did this again in a group recently. I think it was against Zaun, and it just really kind of sent ripples through the group. Gonna go and take a 2-0, so JUMY striking hard and fast in this series and gonna get himself a 1-0 lead in the group. So talk about JUMY putting himself in a great position. As up next, we're going to have JUMY versus SCARLETT, and then we will have Classic versus SCARLETT after that, and on we will go. Perfect. All right. Perfect. Pretty fast PvP to start us off, no? Pretty speedy little beginning as JUMY gets a 2-0 over Classic. Well, Protoss versus Protoss can be like that, of course, sometimes. Just a little bit deadly, a little bit ferocious. And today is definitely one of those moments. Alright, well, speedy PvP. Just going to throw some ads up, guys, and as those ads come up, we'll just work on getting JUMY and SCARLETT ready in the next few moments. Classic was just not ready for that at all. Need to have the Void Rays a bit further back, so you can't just blink all of the Stalkers into reach of the Void Rays that easily. It felt like he just wasn't ready to kind of dance backward and to kind of do his thing as needed with that right there. So, well, unfortunate. Sometimes that's how it be. Alright, we are going to, like I say, work on that next matchup. How's everyone doing in the chat? How's everyone feeling today? Hope you guys are having a wonderful weekend. It's been really nice here in the UK. Typically when I managed to finish yesterday after some long games, it cooled down a lot, but it's been nice and sunny. Hoping today we don't quite last 7.5 hours on stream so we can go out and enjoy maybe a little bit more sunshine than yesterday, but hey, if we're stuck here casting StarCraft, that's the one place that's good to be stuck, isn't it? So, yeah. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. JUMY getting himself to a 1-0 start. Definitely a good position. Not a bad starting point at all. Get settled in here just for a couple of moments, like I say. Get starting up. Just need to find our players. Very fast series, so possible that other players are just BRB still, or just, going to be here soon. There's always something of a factor. Love the cast and Wardy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. If you guys are enjoying on the YouTube, obviously do consider taking a moment and scrolling down, hitting that little like button. Give it a little click. I really appreciate it, and helps us out a whole bundle. All right. We'll get our videos underway here. And we're gonna go JUMY versus SCARLETT to start this one off, so we'll get this rolling. Hit both the like and the sub button. Yeah, you can hit that sub button as well. Working overtime all weekend. Glad you have some more. Wardy. I don't know what the ing stands for, but hell yeah. Love it. Alright guys, good to hear from you. YouTube chat super active today as well. Ay. Unbelievable. Alright, excited to see where SCARLETT is at. She's started playing a few things again lately. I've not kept super up to date with all of her matches. I've just seen her in a bracket here and a bracket there. Can have a little look at her match history. I can more adequately tell you guys about what SCARLETT's up to as of late. I lost a hero in an off-race matchup apparently. Yeah, a couple of online events appearances. Well, she did play in the WardiTV Boomer Bash, and she played in a couple of things throughout April and something a few days ago as well. So a few matches here and there been taking place. As we have Magnatha and Leyline's going to get vetoed initially. And we'll obviously go from there and get the rest of these vetoes sorted out and get this all underway. Love it. Love it. Torch is going to be one of the vetoes coming through as well. It's just fun to see SCARLETT. I saw her signed up to one of the qualifiers and she didn't check in. And I was like, you know what? What if we just invite SCARLETT? I could always do with an extra Zerg. Let's be realistic in this day and age. An extra Zerg's always going to be fun to have on board. Alright, Leylines, Torches, Incorporeal, Magnatha, all vetoed, so one more veto each, and then we're going to have ourselves some map picks. And we've still got Persephone up and available right now. Persephone was very popular for PvZ in that previous map pool, the WardiTV map pool we were running. Scott's just going to veto it. So Persephone gets vetoed. Still Ultra Love in this map pool. Tokamak has been making it into so many best of threes. Pylon is available. That's been making it into a lot of the best of threes as well. So some of the common options still available right now in this current map pool that we're vetoing down into. So that's where we're at. I feel like my camera's not in the right place. I don't know why, but like just the last couple of days, I feel like my camera's not moved for like 2 weeks. But I feel like the last couple of days, I really feel like my camera is usually more like this way. Am I crazy? Like more like... Oh, that's something freaked. Like a bit more like that? I don't know. Better? Yeah, I think it's better. I was like down here before. It's like, hi guys! Casting from the corner! Hey, Ellie. Saved you a bit of bread, babes. Seem a little low down. Low down. Yeah, well, if I put... The thing is, if I put my camera lower down, like, you lose a lot of the cool stuff in the top of the room, and you just see... I don't know, you see more of my body, which is just, you don't need to see that. Save that for the Wardy OnlyFans streams, you know. That's the special subscription tier. You unlock the rest of the camera. Oh. Alright, talking about going to be our opening map. Got this hosted. We're going to have to do a server swap after game 1 here, guys. So game 1 will be on NA East, and then we'll be having Europe and then Europe. Get that going. I face the open area, or like this way, a lot. Yeah, I do face that way a lot because especially nowadays, like my YouTube chat's over here, my game screen that I look at's like over this way. So if I'm looking at StarCraft, I look this way a lot of the time, right? Ish. And then I look at Ellie down there a lot. And then I only really look over here for Twitch chat every now and again. So third map going to be Last Fantasy. Love it. Alright, awesome little set of maps we've got coming up. Alright, we've got 5 casters in here, which is what we had before. So we should be good to go. Baby, you can't just laugh at me and expect food. You've been on a walk, so no, that's not for you. No, that's my lunch. You can't just sit and wait for my lunch leftovers. There's nothing left. It's like, huh. I knew I shouldn't have gone out. Alright, players are ready. Jimmy's like, have you played Last Fantasy? And Scott's like, I've seen it once or twice. And Jimmy's like, it's the worst Zerg map ever. That's what you love to hear going into your match, where it's like, oh, I've left the worst Zerg map ever in the map pool. Lovely. Love that information. Jimmy with the intimidation tactics. Game 1 of this best of 3 as we're going to start off in the top right corner of the map with our red Zerg player. This is SCARLETT. Taking on the blue Protoss in the bottom left-hand side, we are going to have ourselves JUMY, who is 1-0 in this group after taking down Classic 2-0 to start off the day. Love that for him. And like I say, definitely kind of mixes this group up a little bit. Be interesting to see what the other results come out to be. Especially in these 4-player round robins, a result like that can really kind of throw things around a little bit for you. So, excited to see where this goes as we get set up and ready to rumble. Game number 1 of the series as we have ourselves the assimilator coming online, a couple of drones coming up. Nothing really too out of the ordinary just yet. The angle's improved now, we can see Ellie better. Brilliant. Don't even need to put Ellie cam on. It's okay. The food's been put on the leftover food's been put on the side. She's not going to be back for the rest of the day now. I swear to you guys think she's really cute. She literally just shows up for food, and if the food's not there, she leaves. Like, she doesn't care. She literally only makes an appearance if there's a chance she gets fed out of it. It's incredible. It's honestly impressive how quickly she disappears when the food disappears as well, you know. That's called smart, yeah. She's working smarter, not harder. Does make sense. Well, Cybercore coming up, the next is coming through, assimilator on the way. As we take a couple of moments in these early stages. And not really see anything too surprising just yet. Obviously, SCARLETT does get a hatchery down on the natural, which is nice. No blockage, so no not being forced over to the third base or anything. Eating is important, yeah, but she gets fed normally anyway. You know, she's just scrounging for extras. She's just greeding, you know. And she, like I say, she just she stares at me as though she's not been fed all day. It's like, please, if I don't eat that half a crumb on your plate, I might never walk again out of hunger. Like Ellie, being so dramatic. I always imagine me saying fat instead of fed. Wait, why? So I say she's been fed, and she's like, oh, she's been found. Alright. Couple of devs gonna go nibbling at the hatchery and take a few shots here. Voider on the way up, the warp gate coming through. We do have the adept stepping forward. Gonna be able to knock down a creep team already, though the adepts will shade away and do not even lose one straight off the bat there, so not even one adept going down initially. As we see, the few zerglings of Scarlet will begin to go down to the bottom left-hand side, so a little bit of an opportunity to try and put some pressure on, put some damage in. Obviously, with link speed kicking up, we've got a chance to kind of jump onto this nexus, and we actually find ourselves a probe there, so Scarlet able to grab a probe and then dart backward. Continuing to drone currently as JUMY actually adds that Void Ray, so a Void Ray for a little bit of safety, but there's not really much safety needed right now. I guess the Void Ray will also knock down some of the Overlords initially, which is nice. Just Void Ray into the Oracle. I mean, obviously sometimes you go for that Void Ray first, and it is just a matter of removing Overlords so you can get rid of the vision on the map. And if that vision is gone, then obviously you have a much better chance of, you know, kind of being sneaky with your follow-up as well. So we will see what JUMY would like to plan as the next step of this. Obviously, I mean, possibilities, you know, include things such as going into, like, fast glaives. Things that you just don't necessarily want to see unscouted as the Zerg player, and you kind of need to react to. You try and hide that away as much as you possibly can when you in those sort of situations. Twilight Council and Forge both starting up. And the lair coming through, a few Zerglings coming out. Drones on the way, Overlord on the way. The Voider just going to head into the main base and is going to begin to nab at a few of those drones. Queen is going to fight back. Voider will take quite a few shots of damage. A few shots here and there. As you see a Stasis Ward catching on the low ground again, +1 attack coming through, Temple Archives and the Robo Facility coming on up. Now allowing our drones continue to produce. And Oracle continue to go about and just go after a couple of the creep teamers. So again, aiming for some creep. Missiles, drones, Lair, Roach Warren will continue to play as well here currently. So we'll continue to bring that online for now. The Depths are going to get in the back, and that's going to be a couple of drones going down. Voider actually gets a cancel on the 4th base. Now, Scott's building up on the right side as well, so she is going to try and get a base elsewhere. So there's not just that base on the left. And again, going straight to that right side as well, as JUMY just heads straight into Storm. Skull gets a Hydra Den on the way. 6 drones going down is a little bit painful, though. And some economy, which you would have probably preferred to have not lost out on, because, like I said, it's a pretty sizable amount. You have the Storm, the Charge, all coming up as well. It's bringing a lot of that online at the moment. +1 attack coming in with this as well. Groove Spine's coming up, Roach Speed on the way. Going to bring a lot of this online into action at the moment as extra Roaches and Hydras coming through as well. It's going to be seen again, that missile upgrade coming online, coming up. Storm, Charge, and +1 continue to build for the now. And those extra gateways coming through at the same point here. The couple of Adepts going to try and shade their way up in toward the 3rd base. Lings and Roaches will be there this time to protect, though. And like I say, we're heading into those Hydras. The upgrades coming through, the power of those starting to get to a little bit of a better level to potentially be impactful in this game and potentially kind of stand up and to make a couple of things happen. And +1 Storm and Charge all coming online then. There's a couple of Queens are going to trail on down over to the ward at that right-hand side. Robo Facility coming through. The gate's coming up. Mortal finishing very shortly. As the Lings and the Roaches continue to make their way off over the map. Hydra's going to knock down this set of rocks. So again, we open up those. Rocks go down. Archon and the Observer coming through. Add a +2 attack upgrade onto that as well. Voider is still just going to be there and whacking away at those Roaches, pushing them back the other direction for a little while. Hydra's going to step up, a couple of those Zealots begin to go down. You see the Stasis Ward going to catch a few of those Lings as well, so again, job being well done for the moment. Zealots are going to start charging straight forward here. Storm coming down, a couple of Roaches and Hydras getting caught in that Storm, having to kind of dart out over the sides. Scarlett just sitting out here, going to eat a storm once again. She has a lot of supply, but obviously it is kind of low attack units, so she kind of needs to do something with this soon. If she doesn't succeed with this attack, she very quickly gets outnumbered in this game by the tech units. And the more that those tech units come onto play, the harder and harder it is for Scarlett. So it's already difficult because the storm's slowing her down a lot. She is going to go Lurk Den. Okay, that's not a terrible way to follow up, but obviously right now she's maxed, so her army's not getting any bigger. The only thing her army can do is get better, and that's obviously what the Lurkers aim to do. Meanwhile, Jumy's army gets bigger and better because everything you add to it is looking to be a little bit better right now. So we head into that. Again, Roaches and Hydras sitting out the front. A couple of cannons are going to be right there. Again, our +2 attack upgrade. Air weapons coming online. The Archons, Zealots, Immortals, and Templar still looking to push on through. Trying to get a little bit more damage done for the moment. First Hydra backs up. +2 missiles still coming over. The few Zealots are going to dive into this mineral line over here. A couple of storms coming down. The Roaches and Hydras getting hit. So we've seen the rest of those Zealots showing up as well as we continue to come through for some potential damage. Jumping onto a couple of the Roaches. And those Zealots continue to just dive on in, going after some of those drones. So a few workers going down. Roaches and Hydras getting their pickoffs. Most importantly, obviously Scarlett has had to kind of turn back home and retreat away from all of this, so we have had to kind of slow down the progress in this game for Scarlett for a few moments. And like I say, just turn towards the hive, turn towards the lurkers, turn towards the better units in the game, rather than just the massive units that she was working with initially. And we did come out with a pretty reasonable defense, obviously never really came into a larger fight or anything, it just didn't need to. That's the best kind of defense you can have, one where the Zerg never even feels like they can try to attack, right? You know, your defense looks that good that the Zerg doesn't even give it a go. It's a nice storm as a lot of the drones had just arrived there, so they were naturally stacked up. There's a good opportunity to jump on quite a few of them as there's a couple of storms around the sides. Roaches and Lurkers taking some damage. Lurkers are going to burrow up. Mothership, Immortals, +3 attack. All coming through. Add on a Nexus, add on a couple more cannons as well. These Spine Crawlers will step a bit further forward. And still got those Lurkers building, Carapace coming through. Roaches and Ravagers actually going to come through and get themselves an Archon there, so it's going to be able to get a nice little catch as you see our Mothership. And again, just higher tech units from JUMY coming out in general. That Mothership and the Tempest production sets him up well to deal with the Lurkers. I am genuinely somewhat fascinated to see what Scarlett is going to do against this larger tech army. Or whether she just doesn't have much of a plan and this army is just going to try and fight it. And I don't think fare very well. I mean, obviously you can maybe try and kind of play around the bigger fights and just kind of play for the counters and so on. So that's a big possibility in this. Some opportunities there. As that Seismic Spine still continues through. +3 missiles, +2 Carapace, Overlord speed, all continuing up. The Roach Ravager gets back to the center for a few moments as well. And JUMY still pressuring to the center. I tell you what, JUMY is just not maxed out quickly, but it's because he's investing in so much of the future. He realizes he doesn't need a max out to truly threaten a big fight right now. He's very happy just kind of having, the slower gaining supply, but having all of the tech in the world available to him. Stasis catches a few of the units here initially as Scarlett's going to trade with static defense to get rid of that bit of Roach Ravager, but then rebuild what? 22 additional Hydras. Not going to go into the Spire, not going to go into the Corruptors just yet, which might have been an arguably reasonable choice. I mean, these Lurkers are going to show up and JUMY is out of position, so it's a little scary, but these Lurkers are not fully supported because obviously a lot of those Hydras in the production tab. And these Lurkers hold this off. Mothership is going to activate the cloak, and we do have Overseers. The ship itself is just going to step forward there. This is where the Hydras would be really nice if they were already around. And just currently busy, though, dealing with some Zealots on the other side, as the Mothership genuinely does pretty okay damage and makes some okay progress against these Lurkers, even now catching them in a Time Warp again. Lurker's going to burrow as the Immortals try and jump on top. And honestly, it's kind of a weird fight, but I think just a bit better for JUMY. The fact Scarlett loses every single Lurker, JUMY still has a lot of the Immortals alive. Scarlett killed a lot of probes, so 20 workers go down, so her damage being done is good. It's her army that did not really succeed through that, but she might get a chance to rebuild here with all that work and damage done. And if JUMY doesn't come across the map immediately, a rebuild seems a lot more likely. Just a shame that we couldn't get any of those lurkers kind of out of there alive. Could have helped a lot. A lot of the army around the left side moving about for a few moments as well. It's just these Hydras. Gonna lunge away. In the right moment, a lunge forward can be very good for the Hydras against this type of an army, but this is just not the thing right now. Since that +3 missiles about to finish, the Lurk is still coming up. And is heading down. Stace is gonna catch for a moment. We have a lot of these units just again continuing across. Actually recall some of them to try and deal with that as, hey, these Lurkers getting a good first few shots off. And that's a position you can't really push up into super easily. The thing is, JUMY's fine to kind of recall and deal with counterattacks. His army's still looking to be a whole lot stronger here, so as far as JUMY is concerned, as long as he is taking trades which allow him to, you know, basically stay in a solid position, this should be very good for you. People's gonna ridge across, go after that Nidus. Again, the hatch coming through, the Nidus coming up. Nidus is actually gonna finish, but we don't actually have anything in it just yet, which is a shame, because if we did, it might have been a nice Nidus to get online. I don't think Scarlett's been able to really do much with her army, unfortunately, and because of that, JUMY is looking as though he is going to be able to win this out. Still just ahead on army supply. I mean, he's up double the army supply right now, so this really is just a case of finding the correct fight, and he should be able to storm on through. Full spores and the Queen stepping forward to try and just push the Tempest back a little bit, but I don't even think we need to actually respect that too much. I think we can probably just kind of go. As the Tempest will go after the Extractor. Scarlett's going to say GG. He just doesn't have the army any longer. And JUMY going to take game 1. Putting himself in a very good position. Could be up 2-0 in this group with a win in this next map. So that'll be exciting. Guys, we're going to have to take a moment here to swap over to Europe, because we are going to be going from NA East to Europe just to keep the service fair. So we'll hop on over on that regard and get resumed. JUMY, having a good day here so far. Second map will be Ultra Love. Third map, if we get there, will be Last Fantasy. So I'll start this hosted. Start to get this hosted, and we can go. Create, host, create. Just getting everyone into the right positions here. We got 5 people in. Players are ready. Let's get into this, guys. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for your patience between games, so we have to swap servers and stuff. Alright, let's hop in. So we're going to have ourselves the blue Zerg player in the bottom right hand corner of the map. Down a map and looking to see if she can fight back. Always fun to see her playing some games. It is SCARLETT in the bottom left hand side, as we have got in the top right our red Protoss player, we have got JUMY. Alright, game 2 of this series as we get this underway and started. Chrono Boost on the Nexus to begin with here. Gateway on the way up, probes are building, get settled down in these early stages. So let's see where we go to. And gate in the assimilator coming up right now. A couple drones in the hatch coming through as well. Yeah, what's up, Kiank TQD? Good to see you as always, mate. Thank you for continuing to gift those subs so regularly. Going out to Saskrima. Have to take a moment. I was gonna call you Sakriasama or something. I was just rearranging the letters in my head for no reason. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Okay then, guys, game number 2 here of this best of 3. JUMY leads by 1 map in the series, and again, if he wins this series, he's 2-0 in the group. What a great position to be in. Especially 2-0 in Classic makes it very difficult for Classic to catch back up in map score. I believe we see both the Classics games back to back after this. We'll be going into I think the order, so don't quote me, but I think off the top of my head the order is Classic versus SCARLETT, and then Classic versus CLEM, and then CLEM versus JUMY, and then CLEM versus SCARLETT to finish the day off. I believe that is our order of matches. And then we do have the final matches from Group B, the Spirit versus Goblin, and Spirit versus Yakov games from yesterday to go through as well. So we'll also have those coming up for you guys. So next week coming in, Stargate is producing. We get ourselves underway here. Just have ourselves next coming up. Couple probes coming through. Not too much going on just yet. Pretty chill few moments for now. And the links coming about, drones coming over. Have ourselves the Wolf Gate coming through as well, so continue to get that set up for the moment. Voidray on the way, probes coming up, drones on the way through. Hatchery and Co continue to come about as well. Good amount of SC2 coming up today? Absolutely, yeah. We've got this series, and then we'll have 6 best of 3s after this one. It's 8 best of 3s total for this lovely Sunday of StarCraft. Then tomorrow, WardiTV. Monday's return. Tuesday, we have Group D of this competition. And then Wednesday, I'm taking a day off before Friday, we cover GSL again. So, yeah, lots going on. Lots going on. We're going to go after that Overlord. It will fall, and SCARLETT will be supply blocked. Twilight Council and Forge coming online. Nexus coming over. Yeah, I'm just going to see the couple probes coming over right now. Just continue to settle in on the next few moments. The Overlord pulling back down. The couple Queens gathering up. Just in these early stages. A few Zerglings continue to make their way out up to the top side. The Queens and the Void will be whacking away. So once again, the Void Ray initially, I don't hate it. I feel like if you open a Void Ray in one game of a best of 3, it's really good to open it a second game of a best of 3 too. Because the Void Ray is so much about information denial that I always feel like if you do it once, it's almost more powerful doing it twice than doing something different, you know? Because then you have a better chance to really keep your opponent scared or afraid or kind of guessing as to what the hell's going on and wondering, and maybe in this case, you know, last game we played pretty normally on the follow-up, but this time we're going to go into a fast charge and maybe able to hit very aggressively, in which case, obviously, SCARLETT not having that information is a big deal. So it's one of those funny things where it's like, if you make a Void Ray first in a PvZ, well, it's maybe not the most optimal build. It's almost better if you do it 2 times in a row, like I say. or in a longer series, like as long as in like as long as throughout the series you can do it more than once, I think is my point. Like if it's a best of 5, it doesn't have to be game after game, but maybe one game you do it, one game you don't, then the next game you do it again. It just puts that question in the Zerg's head that a little bit. It keeps them thinking, what the hell's going on? What the hell are we, you know, what are we doing here? What the hell are we playing against? Quarter activating, and is going to go straight after that hatchery on the bottom side, so that 6 o'clock base being struck at the moment. A couple queens going through, Overseer, +1 missiles. All of that continuing about as the +1 and charge continue into play. The Templar Archives coming about as well. Hey, what's up, SC2D? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. As JUMY is raiding Scarlet space right now with these Zealots. And Scarlet's preparation against Zealots is not ideal because she's playing Ling Hydras, so Zealot's going to be very good against those. Now, if Scarlet can kind of get into some good positions, maybe she can make something happen, stop these Zealots, you know, get good surrounds with the Lings and so on, get the Queens to kind of fight the whole way through. I'm kind of trying to believe, but it doesn't exactly look great right now. These Queens are going to start taking the brunt of the damage, and that means the Queens are going down. The Hydras will clean up, but obviously, again, losing all of your Queens is not exactly ideal. It's going to slow Scarlet at a different portion of this game, no doubt. Hatchery goes down on that 6 o'clock. Again, Storm still coming through. Immortal and the High Temple coming up. And a couple of cannons and so coming along at the same time. Getting as much of that going as we possibly can at the moment. Battery coming through, Storm on the way. +1 missiles, Overlords and Hydra speed continuing up online for the moment. No fourth from Scarlet is obviously going to be kind of rough too. Just having that delayed is going to be a heavy, heavy cost. And those are the ways in which JUMY starts to get into better positions in this game. Gets the Storm behind it all, so again, we'll have that available to him. And it's like that Scarlet gets the Bane Nest up, some Bane Hydra here, but like I say, Storm's going to be good against all of that, so it's really going to have to be some good dodging from Scarlet throughout this to try and give you any sort of a chance or a hope. By kind of not just kind of falling over and dying to those Storms. Like, those Storms have the potential to kill your entire army pretty much, so you're going to have to really, really respect those things. Rangers will go after the rocks. Go through for a couple of moments. And Archon, the +2 attack upgrade coming about. We continue through with that. Melee upgrade coming through. Drone's going down. Harry's going to step back over. Yeah, the +2 attack. The Prism continue to come online. Spire, Hatchery. East Bank Call is coming up. Melee upgrade and the Baneling speed coming up as well. We continue to come through with all of that. And Zealot's going to get jumped on. Wall's going to knock down their cooling tower. No, Zealots, no! Oh my god. Split in half, but does not get crushed by them. I was genuinely afraid those Zealots were going to die. The rocks are going to crush them. Oof. And just Hydra Bane. Spy on the way up. Preparations for kind of the next stage of this game, which is obviously going to be when JUMY hits into that Stargate units. But I feel like, I think it's being said in the chat, right? Maybe some lurkers or something would be kind of more of a priority. Yes, Hive coming online, so it would be a good time to either lurker den in. You see, Banes are going to threaten to connect, but they're all, even if they connect on multiple units, they're all kind of big, chunky units, right? So, kind of does keep that a little bit awkward. Doesn't exactly seem ideal still. So it's going to come through. Just going to get the Hydras coming through there as well. Got that Greater Spire coming through. Eva Chamber and the Hydras coming online. General Gans and the +2 melee coming up as well. Another ship building. Tempest on the way. Prism still coming down the left-hand side, so again, continue to move across there. She's going to be seeing the Ling Hai. I mean, Scarlett's got some good map control, the group spread coming out nicely and so on. She just needs to get to an army that can truly start fighting against the Protoss. She's going to that Greater Spite, and I'm not sure if Broodlords are really going to do it. The fact there's already going to be Tempests available, but if that's the style Scarlett wants to try and make happen, we'll see what she can do with it. Obviously, the Corruptors, if they can protect those Broodlords and the Broodlords can truly get involved, then maybe there is going to be some good hope. I guess we'll see just what exactly happens. I'm just going to go get the Zealots, just going to clean those up as well. And you see the rest of these units just gathering up on the 12 o'clock. I just will go knocking down on a set of rocks, just opening that space up. I mean, Scar's doing a good idea of kind of setting up to maybe kind of attack multiple places. I just still don't see how she's going to successfully attack multiple places with kind of a Ling Hydra army, a few Banes still mixed in here and there. Trying to commit right now, and these Hydras are just going to get outmassed by the splash damage. Going to be very difficult. Carrier building, +1 air weapons coming up. Still got our +2 missiles and melee upgrades continuing through as well. And there's the 8 Broodlords building. Interestingly enough, Jumy's not just going Tempest, he's going carriers as well. I wonder if he just feels like he can get into carriers because Scarlett's building into such a later game force herself now with the Broods coming up. Like, Tempests are great against Broods, but a carrier army can be very difficult to get rid of, especially as Scarlett currently really doesn't have any Corruptors on the map. Funny how it comes about, Rocks will take some damage. And Blink coming about, Prism on the way. See the I'm just catching a couple of these Zealots, but this main army down over here, like the Broodlords are there in position, but then the rest of the army is not, which means that Scarlett does not have a real kind of defense for her Broods. A couple of Tempests just going to leap forward onto those Broods immediately, and the Void Ray. And again, with no Corruptors out, she has no real good way to actually keep this Broodlords alive. Now here comes the rest of this army, and interestingly enough, Jumy is going to mess it up. He does not hit a single Storm, and that's going to be a little scary. Stops to warp in right now. We dart forward with the Hydras. Gets a cancel on the warp and killing off the Prism. Hydras, can they carry through toward the very end here? And it's such a shame those Broodlords got caught on their own because they really did nothing at all in this, but the rest of Scarlett's army really delivered a hell of a punch. As Jumy just was not quite ready to actually fight that. The army coming in from the top side, I think, surprised him quite heavily. Recalls some of the high-tech air units away. Patch coming down, Ling Hydra still stepping over. Just going to be seeing that will continue to move about for a few moments. Chase these Zealots down. Scarlett tries to play cleanup following this sequence of events. Just melee. Carrot base coming through for now. We are going to save the bottom right base as well. Scarlett has some money to spend if she can spend all that cash. I mean, I still don't love what her army composition is. The worst part is, as well, she's made a round of Broodlords, lost them, and now I feel like she's not going to make Broodlords anymore, because A, it's going to be difficult to afford, and B, no surprise factor or anything. Like, I mean, the entire tech investment was just a complete waste. It's funny, because she probably would have been better off if she just played, like, more Lingbane Hydra and then taken that fight from 3 angles instead of just the 2. It's kind of crazy. Carriers continuing up. Dark Shrine coming in. Just going to see another round of Zealots warping in from the Prism. It's going to at least be Lings quickly responding to this, so Scarlett gets back and in a position to deal with those few Zealots and can deal with that very quickly. The rest of this army hitting that bottom right-hand side, and Jumy going to get rid of that base for real this time, so that base will go down. That will be dealt with. Scarlett is still just building Hydras. Again, the more Hydras you build, the more the Storms are going to have a really good kind of, really good time. Obviously, that helps more if you do actually land the storms during the fight, unlike the last fight, but, you know, some things to think on for sure. Army regathering down into the center once more. So got that +2 air weapons coming up, shield upgrades coming through, Archons are producing, Nexus on the way. Spire and some additional spores continuing around, still got the carriers setting up. Flame Hydra just going to be coming over. This is nice because we're actually going to get rid of this base. The problem is we're losing bases at the same time. So Jumy's like, base for a base. Seems good. Just going to see the rest of the Banes crashing through. The Archons get a bit of work done on the ground there initially. Scarlet's army supply is still fine. It's just, again, is that quality of the army good enough to fight against what is truly a massive carriers here? Dropping some microbial shrouds, help reduce that air-to-ground damage from Jumy, but I just don't think that's going to matter. There is a lot of Hydralisks, and there's currently nothing stopping them from just chasing those carriers down. A lot of the interceptors here will be chased as well. Am I crazy for hoping a little bit? I think so. I think that air army, I mean, it can also just kind of run away here, and the Hydras can't catch it. That's another kind of big bonus of the air army. Now we just recall back to what is still a pretty solid base and eco setup back at home. Couple of Void Rays, the +3 air weapons coming online as well currently. Just going to have ourselves the army moving about, Jumy getting positioned. Some extra gates coming online as well at the moment as our interceptors continue to rattle up. Like carapace upgrade, still very much so on the way in. +2 ground carapace as well. Scarlet trying to get buffed up to fight this air army, but I just don't think she's ever really going to quite have what she needs. Robobay and facility coming through too, so we continue with that. Bring that online. And the +3 air weapons is going to be joined by the +3 ground attack as well as Jumy. All about these. Funny that one side's kind of building all the attack upgrades, the other side's building all the armor upgrades, although it's just more than anything kind of what's left to kind of upgrade still. Scarlet already has most of the attack upgrades, so just funny to see, like I say, as the army comes through and a couple of overlords get hunted down. Some growth going to land on the carriers and a couple of the High Templar. More of these Hydras continue to whack away, damage being done, some shots coming through for a couple of moments as we do see the army of Jumy just sitting between the bases. Scarlet will not be able to hold on in there. Her army just not quite good enough toward the end, and Jumy is going to take this 2-0 and will be 2-0, 4-0 now in this group. So fantastic place for Jumy to be in this group so far. All right, we go back to NA because it's going to be Classic versus Scarlet up next. And then Clem Classic, Clem Jumy, Clem Scarlet is going to be how we continue. So let's head on over to NA and get ready for this Classic versus Scarlet series going through. We've used a Viper to grab some carriers. Yeah, I think it was just a case of... to be fair, it was a difficult game for Scarlet where she was never really... Like, there was a moment where she had a lot of money, but obviously when you try and switch in the broods and then all the broods die and you never really go back to them, your entire game plan's a bit skew with anyway, right? So... yeah, I don't think anyone would disagree with a couple of Vipers, but kind of difficult to get there sometimes. When will we see the Spirit games from Group B? After Group C. Any chance to see the groups? Sure, let me get Vito started and then we can, I can bring the groups up on camera. One sec. Or you can exclamation mark B if you just want to look at them yourself, but I'll bring them on stream. Give me a moment or two. I'll do show them now because I'm waiting on players to hop over. So yeah, these are our groups. We're going to be seeing the rest of Group B today. Spirit versus Goblin and Spirit versus Yakov. And then already Bjorn and Trigger advanced out of Group A. And then we have Group C and D. Classic JUMY, CLEM and SCARLETT. And Group D, MaxPack, Shin, Solar, and whoever I invite for the finals player slot, basically. So yeah, I need to figure that out still. I have an outstanding invite that's been declined, I think. So I think we can kind of move through with that. Alright, so Clouds and SCARLETT coming through. You're available. Oh, well, I didn't know the legendary Delphos was available. My only concern is Group D is already pretty stacked, so I'm not sure. Like, Shin, MaxPack, Solar's pretty darn good. I already had to ask Clem to move out of the group, so I feel like I'd just be undoing what I did by inviting Delphos in, you know? Can you even utter those 4 names in one group? Shin, Solar, MaxPack, Delphos. No. It just doesn't seem right, man. I just can't now. It's just too stacked. Sorry, bro. Good offer, though. Next time, I'm sure. Next time. Alright, videos will begin. Yep. In just a moment. Invite SOS. I have no way to contact SOS. I don't even know if SOS wants to play tournaments. Because I don't think I've ever I don't think SOS has ever played a Wardy tournament. I'm trying to think if SOS has ever played a WardiTV event. Maybe a special. I was actually thinking of not asking a Terran because we were gonna go and try and. There's already a bunch of Terrans I think making it into the playoffs. So I'm like, maybe we should just like probably like not have a Terran in there. Maybe just PvZ day would be okay. The GSL Group C right now. No, GSL doesn't have a Group C. So SOS did a show match yesterday? I've got no idea. You guys apparently watch more StarCraft than me. And apparently SOS played DRG yesterday. Damn. Even though DRG was still playing. Where do these guys come from? SOS is in good shape, I think. Yeah, maybe SOS would be fun. I'm 99% sure I have no way to contact SOS though. That'd be a bit of a trial by fire as well. Throw SOS into a group with MaxPack, Solar, and Shin. Oof. Increase the prize pool to 100k? Yeah, what's easier? Trying to find a Discord for SOS or just finding another $99,000? You know what? You might be onto something with the $99,000 idea. What's love gonna be map 1? Of this BO3. SOS played in the 2013 WardiTV Casper tournament. What's a War? There was no the WardiTV Casper tournament. What the hell is that? Never heard of this in my life. You had me going for a second. I was like, oh really? SOS played the WardiTV 2023 Series Open November. There you go. So he played a monthly. He played an Open Cup, monthly Open Cup, one time in November of 2023. That's the only time he's ever played a WardiTV tournament. I'm pretty sure. He played War Chest Team League as well, which was kind of like that was a Blizzard tournament, but I ran it. Like I did all the stuff for that one, so. That's a tournament I ran, but like still not quite the same. Yeah. But he has played in one. There we go. He has played in something. Alright, SCARLETT vs. Classic coming up right here, guys. We will get straight into this. It's the one season I attempted to revive Casper. Oh yes, that one, yeah. Yep, of course. Why do me and SOS have beef? Well, you know, he beat my favorite player of all time, probably many a time in big events. Alright, let's get into some StarCrafting as we go into Classic. Our blue Protoss in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, taking on the red Protoss as I claim. Top right, it is SCARLETT. Do I know when the next GSL Code S is? Yes, it's on Wednesday. Wednesday? Yeah, I think it's Wednesday, right? It's either Wednesday or Thursday. I'm pretty sure it's on Wednesday. And then the Group B is on Thursday, and then the playoffs and finals are on Friday. Yeah, because I think on Wednesday I'm taking it off, and then Thursday and Friday my streams are just going to be GSL replays. I think that's the plan. Alright, game one of the best of three. We get this underway. And SCARLETT and Classic coming to fight. You trying to remember if SOS was actually on Casper? He was part of Jin Green Wings. He was pre-Casper though, no? He was an OG kind of SE2 if I remember correctly. He was on he was no, he was on that team. What's it called? He was on the same team as Sulky. Someone help me out. Woongjing? The Woongjing Stars or something? STX? No, he wasn't on STX. I think it was Woongjing, no? No, not SKT. Before... No, because he went from this team to Jeanette. I think it's called Woongjing, but maybe I'm just going crazy. Some proper OG, Casper info. Team, what's it called? Yeah, that one. Casper Legends, you know. Multiple time league champions. Woongjing Stars. Woongjing Stars, yeah. Sure, multiple people have said it now, so I believe it. Hell yeah. Rotron coming up, link speed on the way, Oracle and the Warp Gate coming by for the moment. Sulky was at Woongjing, but you're not sure SOS was? No, they were definitely on the same team for a little bit of time, I'm sure of it. And then he joined Jeanette, and he was part of Jeanette for the entirety of Jeanette Green Wings. Oh. StarCraft history lesson, there you go, guys. SOS team history, 2011 till 2013, Woongjing Stars. Jeanette Green Wings until 2020. He was part of Jeanette for 7 years. It's kind of crazy to think just how long Jeanette was a team, actually, because Jeanette were like this new team that kind of cropped up one day. And they actually just became a legendary StarCraft 2 team, right? And joined Team NV, Happy Dose, yeah. He joined a few different teams eventually. Kind of crazy to have like a 7-year tenure with Jeanette, though. That's a pretty nuts result. SCARLETT is, sorry, I'm completely looking at chat and everything. SCARLETT is all in. And she is just going to arrive across the map, and Classic's defense here seems to be somewhat non-existent, to say the least. We're going to lose power to everything. We just lose from that, no? Well, if the Oracles can save the day, maybe there's a way. We're basically fully reliant on these oracles right now, as we will not let a new pylon come up and online. The problem is the oracles, even with energy overcharge, only have so much energy to work with. Things in the main going to go after a few more of those probes. I mean, the probes are going to fight back. Classic can obviously afford to lose a good amount of workers here and still be okay. Ling's coming across, but maybe not fast enough. I think the oracles, have they actually done enough? I think they might have done. More Lings showing up. The oracles still have a bit of energy remaining. And there's an energy overcharge. We're comfortable on the energy count. Still a lot of Lings coming in. I mean, they're going to get more damage done still. There's no doubt about that, but let's see how far we can go as the few Lings take some more damage. 18 probes going down. We drop a couple of pylons in to block those Lings from getting in or out. Now the Lings are going to try and go after those pylons because ideally you kind of keep this depowered, but yeah, Scarlett going to say GG, it didn't work. And this game was brought to you by SOS's team history discussion. My bad, guys. I was not looking. I was looking at chat trying to figure out the whole the SOS team history. All right. Well, Scarlett takes the first game. We'll head into game number. Classic takes the first game. We'll head into game number 2 on Tokamak, and Scarlett just didn't have quite enough. Yeah, oracles do kind of have infinite energy now. It's pretty crazy. They're pretty crazy, you know. Drop a lobby lick down. Everyone's in, I believe. Go, go, go. I was waiting for Classic to go as well. It's ready up. There it is. Now let's head into game number 2 of this BO3 series as Classic and Scarlett face off here in the WardiTV May Group C. Is Stefano back? It is always wild when you think back of all like the previous players of StarCraft 2, right? And like all the legends that we've had in our time and stuff. It was fun to think back on. Top right hand side, the blue Protoss player taking the 1-0 lead with that defense. It is going to be Classic. But pretty much as bad as it could be for him, but again, just oracles. Pretty good. I wonder if you just have to get rid of these Star... I mean, maybe if we can get the pylon and the Stargate and stop a third oracle coming out. The oracles just did so much, though. It's pretty rough. Scarlett going to be the red Zerg in the bottom left-hand side to try and bounce back in the series. Definitely a bit of an underdog in this day and age, but still very fun to see her play some games and to see what she comes up with. Again, nice to see some Zerg in the groups in general as well. You have a real Zerg, lack of Zerg players just all together right now, so... How much damage would Scarlett need to do to not have been out there? Killing the gateways, like 10 more probes? The problem is it's always going to be really difficult because the oracles are going to... Once you give up your pressure, the oracles are going to be very oppressive in a game where you've not built up as many queens because you've been putting minerals into Zerglings and so on. You're on a very late third hatchery, if you can even get a third hatchery up because of the oracles as well. Now, arguably the oracles obviously used a good amount of their energy, but not all of it, so... I feel like 10 more workers probably wouldn't matter because then Classic's just on an equal base count and can play work to catch up. The gateways would be more annoying because then you can't produce, but you've still got the Stargate to carry you through for a while. Kind of difficult to say, like, there's a reason why this is kind of seen as so all-in, like you need to just kind of straight up kill. I think you need to get Classic down to the point where he can basically not make anything. So like 3, 4, 5 workers. She had a third, okay, she has a third base, but then you can't mine from it, right? So, you know, you can pretend you have a third base, sure. So yeah, you need to get Classic down to like a handful of workers remaining, like basically no economy left over, and just capitalize from that basically. Now obviously the oracles, if they counterattack, do not have like a ton of energy or anything, because they've been defending as well, even with energy overcharge. They don't have any just to go forever, but I still think they've got enough in the tank to kind of make Scarlett's life pretty miserable for the most part. So yeah. Things are coming up, Stargate coming through. The thing is, it's not even just a link flood. Like, you spend gas on it as well, right? With the Roach Ravager kind of part of it as well, so yeah. It's tough, and I think you just really need to kind of get the kill, more or less. And that's why it felt so good, because obviously you had the gateways depowered, so it was only the oracles left, so it feels like you have that potential to go in after all of those probes. We just didn't manage to stand up for enough of it, you know? Couple of depths are going to shade over. Lings and the Queen's going to gather about. Oracle and the Warp Gate gathering up. Three drones going down. Queen and the Lings continue to fight. Just going to have ourselves the Oracle coming over as well. A little bit of damage being done initially. What's up, Mini Yawn? Coming in with the 9-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oracle's just going to hang about. The Lings will be underneath, having those drones coming up. Twilight Council on the way. Get settled down for a few moments. Has the Forge on the way up as well, so obviously a bit more of a regulated game this time around. No Ling flooding, no attempts to kill super early on. Definitely going to be a bit more chilled out in the early stages of this game, as we have Next coming through. Again, the Twilight Council and Forge both on the way up as well, so we continue to get that all on the way. The couple Queens going to go as the Oracles will get jumped on. Oh, we get 3 more drones, but one of those Oracles at least is kind of low, right? Adepts continue to come over as well. There's the Adepts going to go after a few more Zerglings. So really having an okay time with that. +1 and Blink coming up as well. Gates coming through, probes on the way. Get those hatches in the lair coming online also. Adepts and Oracles will hit the hatchery. Again, +1 and Blink, all coming through. We get that settled. Drones hatching, the Extractor coming up. The extra gateways on the way by. Templar Archives is coming online. Queen's gonna fire. Oracle taking some damage. What's up, cute SC2? How you doing? Thank you so much. Already 1.5 years. Let's go. Oh yeah, thank you so much for the 29-month resub. 18 in a row. Crazy. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, as we have a couple of drones dead. Again, +1 missiles and the Groove Spine still coming up as well. +1 and Blink building on the side of Classic. Our Storm will start. And probes and the pylons coming up. Missile upgrade. Groove Spines and the Hydras going online also for the moment. Storm's still coming online again. The Infestation Pit and the Lurk Den coming up as well. Stalkers and Oracles heading now down to the south. +1 on the way. Just gonna have our units still gathering up. A couple of gates coming through. This will pop in on a single Zergling. The rest of the Stalker's gonna start fighting. Hydra's gonna be there to push this back. And that Link Hydra going to be there. Stalker Oracle going the other direction. Storm about to finish up. Charge on the way. Stalkers will just start to blink back a little bit here and there. Still got that Lurkerton though. That's about to pop out with the +1 missiles. And again, Hydra speed coming up as well. Those Lings launch themselves into the Nexus on the top side, just going to fire up there immediately. The couple of Depths will fire, Ling's going to take some shots back in return. Actually get a cancel on the Nexus, so fourth base gets slowed down a little. As yeah, what's up, Honkers42? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Is it live? Yes, this is live. Live games, live players, live chat, live streamer, live caster. Everything is live. Or is it? No, it is. Everything is live, I promise. Don't know what I'm trying to gain by trying to antagonize you guys with like, what if it's no questions? Don't know what I'm trying to achieve here. Zeltstalker. And a few storms available. It's been kind of the issue for Scarlett is those storms all day. They've been pretty deadly against the Hydra heavy stars that she's been having to try and play with. And once again here, these storms already absolutely melting through just a chunk of Hydras. There's the kind of army from Scarlett which needs to be just bigger in numbers and at like a better point in the game already. Trying to fight against these things with, trying to find storms with like pure Hydra is just always going to be tough, especially when there's like multiple high tempo with like a lot of energy to the point where feedback and queens at the end of it all. Now, at the end here, Scarlett is going to start playing cleanup a little bit. A couple of depths on the other side that we can jump onto. Can we actually clean up these last few units? We got ourselves a few more Zards showing up. We cannot is the answer. And there we go. So Classic takes a 2-0 over Scarlett, and that is going to put him up to a 1-1 scoreline. He must be CLEM to advance out this group. I think is pretty much what it's going to be. Very unlikely that CLEM loses a bunch of his matches, right? So I'm pretty sure CLEM just has to, or Classic just has to win in this next series to be able to see some success here. Alrighty, we will take a moment or two and get ready to go into Classic versus CLEM. Let me just go hunt CLEM down. Then we'll go into CLEM versus Classic, then CLEM versus JUMY, then CLEM versus SCARLETT, all coming up here, guys. So that's what's going to happen as we make our way through the second half of this Group C. Alright, I didn't realize CLEM's in Korea. So CLEM's in Korea right now, which means that we will be on Korea for this one. Okay, yeah, CLEM is in Korea. Makes sense. CLEM went to Korea last year before EWC as well, and really kind of felt like he powered up a lot there. I'm doing GSL. He might be for the next season. Next season's super soon. Depends how long he's there for, though. I mean, I don't actually know. I'm gonna ask him. Oh, apparently not. Yeah, it makes sense actually because there's the Bulgarian tournaments in the middle of stuff as well. Makes sense. Alright, I have to do a party invite because NA is buggy. Oh, Korea's buggy, sorry. Alright. Classic says hello. Get this started up and get ready to go. Into some Terran versus Protoss. Here's me putting CLEM at like the end of the day to make sure he's awake, and it's like legitimately like 9:30 p.m. where he is. It's literally 9:30 p.m. Oh, it's like, I'm playing it very safe today, guys, okay? I'm playing it super safe with Clem. He will not be asleep into the night. Give him as much chance as possible to be on time. It's funny. Alright, a couple of videos starting to come through here. As Clem Classic will take out Last Fantasy from the map pool for this series. Shock horror. Wait for Clem to pick a map to remove. Tokamak, Persephone, gonna go out of here as well. I say just working our way through these videos, guys, so it'll take a couple of moments. Just waiting for our next video to come through. And we can continue, guys. Where is Clem? He's in Korea. Why? I don't know. Probably just to practice. You know, people can do that, you know? They can just go there to practice. They don't have to have a specific reason. Hello, Ali. What's up? Do you want to say hi to the stream today? Come on, I think you should say hi to the stream. Come on. Come on, you keep. Alright. Oh, come on. Get up properly, man. Alright. Now, what do we practice? Look at the camera. And look really cute. And say, please, use your subscriptions. Or else I don't get fed. Yeah, that's right. Smile. Yeah, people like a good smile. Yeah, there you go. There you go. You got it going. You're convincing them. Yeah? You are so good at selling out, Ellie. You're so good at it. Oh, God. A born natural. You get bored of it, though, don't you? Yeah. You don't really appreciate money, Ellie. I see how it is. He doesn't really appreciate money at all. How old is she? She is nearly 4. It'll be 4 in July. What just happened? Yeah, that's the Ellie hypnotization charm. It's, you know, one moment you just sat there watching the stream, the next thing you're throwing money into the channel. It's like, what? You don't even like Wardy. It's like, it's the Ellie charm. It's just, you can't escape it. Alright, just getting everyone online here, guys, and we'll get our CLEM Classic series ready to begin. Apparently Clem got to Korea yesterday. I was like, man, I'm sure he wasn't in Korea. This is why he asked for Group D, and then I asked if he could play Group C instead, and he said it was fine. So, okay. Hey, what's up, Klaus? Thank you so much for a gifted sub to It's Just Jason. Thank you so much for the generosity. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. No treat, no stay. Deserves her own channel. Yeah, well, she doesn't have the work ethic. As you can see, she shows up for like 2 minutes, and then she's off to do her own thing again, you know? She's trying to play, she's squeaking toys and stuff. If our players are ready, we can kick this off. Classic gonna ready up. And Clem gonna ready up as well. So some TVP between Clem and Classic with no ping on the table. Love it. Alrighty, let's get this going. I'm very into it. Alright, we're gonna be going into Pylon. She has doggo business like snacks and snoofer. She's off squeaking a toy. I don't know what she's playing with, but yeah, I think she wants to play. And Helen's just gone. Literally, Helen's gone out and she's like, "Perfect, it's time to play." And I'm just like, "No, I'm working." She's just like, "Play with me, or else." Oh no, I think Helen's back in. That's why she's playing. Oh, never mind. So she's been moping while Helen's out, and now that Helen's back, she's in a good mood and she wants to play. That's what's going on. That makes so much more sense. That makes so much more sense. You back here again, Ellie? Ay. She can't get enough. Alright, let's get into some classic versus CLEM action as we kick off into this PvT. In the bottom right-hand corner, we're going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is classic. In the top left, our red Terran player is going to be CLEM. On Team Liquid, of course, and he's in Korea. So, we get ourselves up and running into some TVP. Again, 0 ping, did not expect that. Very exciting as we kick off into an opening game. Let's see what these two are going to bring us. Obviously, we're going to get all of CLEM's games in a row here now. CLEM versus Classic, CLEM versus JUMY, CLEM versus SCARLETT. All coming up. I'll just take one moment here, guys, just do a little bit of a sellout. Obviously, as usual, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and so on. But a couple of things. First of all, we do have the WardiTV 2025 series crowdfunder still ongoing. You can ! 2025 in the chat if you'd like to check that out. We asked crowdfunding to run bigger and better tournaments here in this 2025 series of the WardiTV circuit. So if you would like to support that, if you'd like to help us out, help us to run more events, and bigger events and better events, then again, ! 2025 will give you the link to the crowdfunder. 100% of support will go directly into raising the prize pools of the tournaments. Everything you guys give goes into prize money. Number one focus is to increase the quality of the events for the players, and the best way to do that is to give them more money so they can live and keep on playing StarCraft 2. So if you want to help us out with that, we really appreciate it. We've already guaranteed $25,000 of prize money to be going into that. Just through your support in general and just what we can kind of muster together for this year. But obviously we want to raise that even further and give, again, the players as much opportunity to keep on playing StarCraft as we possibly can. So again, that's ! 2025 if you want to check it out. We just passed the $6,000 marker there the last couple of days, so we are on our way. Where our main goal was $10,000, so we're 6,000 out of 10,000. So keep the love rolling there if you can. It's just what I wanted to take a quick moment to mention. Otherwise, let's go into this PvT. And get back on track as a Stargate comes up from Classic initially. Going to get that underway to start. The Marine and the Adept will come around a little. A couple of Hellions will be there. The SCV going down. Adept is going to be taking quite a few shots and he's going to get chased away. So Adept will chase away in the form of death. Adept will die and probably kind of be that for a couple of moments. So yeah, that tech lab coming up on the barracks here as well. So just going to get that started up already. In fact, we're going to swap on over to it, the barracks to the reactor. Get that underway as well right now as we just have, again, the Oracle coming up. Warp Gate halfway done. Cyclone Marine commands into building for the next few moments. Hellions will make their way down to the bottom right. And Oracle will be there. Aliens take a turn back the other direction, so just going to try and find a way to dart through. CLEM would like to deal some damage with these, but not really going to find much of an opportunity. And chases the Adept away. Again, obviously the split bases is kind of one of the reasons why CLEM feels like he might get some damage done, but the wall off is good from Classic, ensuring nothing gets into the main. And now it's just going to be the dive toward the third, but there's a Phoenix out as well, and that's going to be actually very useful at being able to lift up one of those Hellions. Lifting the Hellion is extremely effective, just because lifting the Hellion can absolutely take it out of the equation and just kind of all of a sudden, boom, there you go, it's gone. And now you don't have as many to try and one-shot workers with, so definitely a good factor. There's a Twilight Council coming through, finishing up We'll see Classic's next step of this going in, but the Hellions actually do get around, and still 3 of them here, so they still have that one-shot potential, so the battery doesn't save all the probes, and we've lost 7 workers just then. CLEM's persistence with those Hellions working out as a Cyclone defense is going to be very good against the Oracle across the map too. Definitely not pretty for Classic in the end. He spent so much time kind of defending the Hellions, doesn't find anything across the map himself, only to then let the Hellions, like I say, come in and deal a bunch of damage in the end anyway, so really not ideal. As that blink continues in, and the Nexus continues up for the moment. Starport coming up being about finished. Engineering Bay, Tech Lab, Reactor will be brought up as well. Continue to bring all of that through. Starport will be finishing shortly. And you get the Reactor on the go on the factory as well, so just again bringing a little bit of everything up and online. Two medevacs already on the way. As those extra Marines still popping out. Just going to get those brought on through. Stalker's going to step up into the middle of the map against Impact Combat Shield and the +1 building at the moment as our medevacs and Marines come through from CLEM. So we continue to get that online. And the Stalkers will still just cruise towards the upper left-hand side at the moment. Again, some extra probes are on the way. The blink is coming up. Nice little stasis ward going to catch the Cyclone, so Cyclone's going to get caught there immediately. Marines are still gathering. The Phoenix and the Oracle, well, the Oracle just drops a little Revelation down onto that medevac and Marines, so an opportunity to see a little bit of what's up there. Stalker's still coming through and actually going to blink on top of the Marines once more. Marines continue to chase, a couple of Stalkers still getting hit. Another Revelation going down, hitting the rocks as we go. +1 and Combat Shield both building at the moment from CLEM. So can we get those upgrades coming by? Marine Marauder coming up. Medevacs and mines on the way. Combat Shield continues through as the Stalkers get there for the Cyclone. Marines are going to stim and they're going to continue to chase after said Stalkers. So again, continue to go after the Stalkers here for a few moments. Marine Marauder Medevac still on the way out. +1 attack upgrade is a part of this as well. Marines get into the main base, couple of probes going down immediately. We're actually going to have the, I was going to say the pylon as a target, but he could actually go for the forge. So he's going to try and get the cancel on the upgrade. Stalker's recall into the main base to try and protect that. Meanwhile, the drop over here looking good. We do get rid of the forge before the Stalkers clean up, and now the push at the front. I said drop here, but it's just a straight up push from CLEM. It's just going to wander forward, and there's not enough Stalkers left behind to properly defend against this. The battery putting in some overtime to try and keep things going. Phoenix showing up, the Oracle going to get some healing as well. That battery putting some work in. Stalkers will come back through, and Oracle going to drop the stasis ward down. So the rest of that Bioforce gathering up. There's one Marine going to get caught in that straight away. So the Widowmine shot going toward the Stalkers. Just have to blink away from that once more. Mine's taking damage. Another Zealot going down. Just gonna still see the rest of those Stalkers trying to chase this. And to be fair, Classic kind of cleans up better than I thought he would, because at first it looked as though he was getting completely overwhelmed. Obviously losing the upgrade as well, not going to help you playing from no upgrades against the +1, soon to be 1-1. And Prison coming up, Forge on the way. We get a few more pylons added on as well. A couple of barracks coming through with this. Those Widow Mines and Liberators also in production at the Marine Marauder on into the rest of it. And we continue through. A little bit of a stim. Just going to see that Bio Army continue to chase down. We've seen the Prison going to get intercepted. The Prison going to get caught right now. That is going to fall. Zealot Stalker still gathering just between the bases. And Classic, on his way to that Robobay, I think is going to be really essential. Something to actually just get some splash in the game. Right now he's kind of hanging on in there, the Zealot Stalker, but he needs something more considerable, such as the Robobay and the Colossus or so, I think, to really kind of stand up towards the later stages of this game as we continue through. Fire pushing up, Stasis Ward goes down. A couple of Liberators will begin to siege as well. Fire turns over to the right side, and the Zealot Stalker, they're already going to be taking a little bit of a beating. Just going to jump straight onto this Nexus. Those Liberators making it difficult to engage in. A lot of the Widow Mines will start to fire. We are fighting before the Nexus goes down, but does Classic have enough? Warping the Zealots straight into this fight. Stalker's trying to do their thing, add some damage to this. We do have Zealots across the map as well that will get some SCVs at least. So a little bit of progress being made there. We're actually going to get the cleanup. The Stalker's blinking for their life. Again, just the fact it's 1-1 bio makes it so difficult as well. Like, they're just dealing so much damage versus what they are taking at any point in time. And that just makes this so much more difficult too, as we chase it away as Classic, but it's hard to believe that Clem is not just in a great position. They both lost a similar amount of work, because the Clem's work count is absolutely fine, and again, the upgrade advantage is huge. He will be kind of losing the +1 attack advantage soon, but he's on his way to 2-tier as well, so already starting up those next set of upgrades. However, there's a Colossus, so something a little bit more considerable, as I said before, now comes into play. So you get a Colossus out with that one Colossus up, just already a little bit of, potential to kind of actually deal some splash damage, actually just stand there and to try and trade out a little bit better against that otherwise kind of hefty bio force. A couple of Rotor Mines get caught in the stasis. The bio will start a fight. Nexus taking a few more shots. The Zealot's going to start charging forward. Stalkers, Colossus coming in as well. And a couple of Liberators already going to siege up too. So just going to get those all set across the natural and the third base. 7 probes haven't gone down at the moment. Bio will be good to get a pylon. Now going to go after the Robobay as well. 7 more probes going down. Clem just keeping consistent with these drops. Continuing to keep the aggression going around the map at the moment here. As Pixelzerg, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Hell yeah, thank you so much for priming us up. Super appreciate it, thank you. Road Bay building, Zealot and the Prism coming through as well. Continue to get that ready. The armor upgrade about to finish. The +2 attack is starting. 2-2 upgrades building on the side of Clem as the ship weapon upgrade. Coming up also, Marine Marauder Viking in production, another starport. Main thing for Clem is getting Vikings up and an answer to the Colossus, right? Actually having those out and available will help him massively, because now this entire army of Classic is going to be that much weaker to be able to kind of fight against this whole thing. So definitely a factor there as the Oracle ups a Revelation. Will be taken down by the Viking though, so that's going to get grabbed and taken out. And the Zealot's charging up, going to grab a Marine. The Stalkers and the Colossus coming through as well. A couple more Widow Mine shots flying away, but not quite landing on much of anything. A little scan about to see where else we're going currently. As Clem figures out how to fight into this army. Losing a few SCVs, he's got a lot of units on the other side of the map, but that does mean that he's potentially in a little bit of danger here. Something of a base trade. Written down this orbital command, that is Clem's third base, so not ideal to be losing out on it. I mean, he has a base to the upper right, so it's not like he's going to be too far away base-wise. That 4th has just landed recently. Clem decided to send the rest of his units across the map, so he's going to fully commit to the base trade scenario and just try and put Classic into as weird a position as possible. Classic, again, is going to be pretty happy with the Colossus, I imagine, but let's see what we can do. He's going to try and break through into this main base over the next few moments. Even that's proven to be a struggle. The Zealot's getting caught up on the wall off. Classic already supply blocks, so can no longer warp in reinforcements, which is a shame because he's got a ton of money to spend. So if he could actually spend that, would be great. He's also getting very close to 2-2, which would be nice, because obviously equalizing the upgrades here would be amazing. We're going to lose both the Colossus, though, and, well, if Classic can't even truly break through on the other side of the map comfortably, then there's not really much hope at all. Never mind denying 2-2, Clem. Just go after whatever you want in that main base, because Classic is not going to have enough. Now, this is going to turn from bad to worse. He actually gets the Forge after the +2 attack finishes, funnily enough. As, that means at least Classic will catch up a bit on the upgrades, but yeah. I thought this army of Classic across the map was going to be way more formidable and a much tougher thing. I thought it was going to attack into the main base and just clear out there very easily, but Clem actually did a very good job defending in his main, and that's going to be the real deal breaker on this one. If it wasn't for that, I think this might have been a little bit tougher. But yeah, not quite the case. The Stalkers come through, a couple more SCVs going down. Stalkers will hit the Planetary Fortress. Just going to see 68 SCVs going down the side of the screen. 70 is quite the number. I mean, Clem is down to only 3 SCVs remaining. Classic obviously just wants to get rid of the Planetary now before he has to fight alongside units later on. Get rid of that, basically a stronghold of the Terran in this map. The thing is, you're down 30 army supplies, so like, can we get a medevac? That's nice. You got to take whatever free pickings you can get, but you're playing Stalkers against Ghost Bio. There's just not realistically a way right now that you can truly deal with this, I don't think. Clem is producing as well. Classic just going to accept that this one has gone a little bit too far into Clem's favor, and Clem will take the opening game of this best of 3. Clem grabs himself game number 1. We'll be heading into game 2 in a couple of moments. Our second map coming up is going to be Ultra Love. Don't even have to worry about servers because playing Korea, so everything's on the same server. Love that. Boom. Waiting for Clem to accept the lobby invite, guys, and we'll be off into our next game here. Alright, GLA Jeff getting cold. Ready? Let's do it. Game number 2 coming up. What does OMS stand for? It's 0 MS, so it basically means 0 ping. Usually when Clem's on Korea and he's playing from Europe, for example, he has a tag with 300 MS to let everyone know he's playing with ping. And now that he's in Korea, he's changed it to 0 MS. Not that he plays on the Korean server often, but just in some of the odd circumstances where it is kind of forced to happen and so on. So yeah. Yeah, I'm just playing with no ping in Korea on the Korean server for this series. So yeah, Clem in Korea, Classic obviously in Korea. Let's get into this game number 2, as we have ourselves in the top right corner of the map, the blue Protoss player. This is Classic. In the bottom left, our red Terran is going to be Team Liquid's Clem, as we get into game number 2 of this best of 3, playing here on Ultra Love. Kind of felt like this was meant to be an easier game for him in a way after the way that the game opened with the damage done from the Hellions and so, but didn't quite work out like that, so we're thinking that maybe actually Classic has a little bit of hope in this game too, because of the fact that, yeah, he put up a good fight despite a rough start. It was close. I mean, like I say, the end base trade wasn't quite close, but maybe if Classic had held off on base trade until he got like 2-2 up or something, maybe that would have made it a little bit better for him. Maybe then you could have traded with those other units much more easily. Clem got to Korea yesterday, guys, so he couldn't play in the GSL qualifiers. So he wasn't in Korea for the GSL qualifiers. That's why he didn't play in this season of GSL. Gonna drop down the Cybernetics core, barracks on the way up, Orbital Command and the Reaper just going to be coming through also, so we just get that settled. Nexus, Cyber Core, both built into play for the moment. And yeah, Clem is not going to be playing the next season of GSL, guys. I already asked him. He said that the dates don't work out, so he's not in Korea for GSL at all. He's just in Korea, I imagine, just to practice. There might be something else that I'm overseeing, but yeah, he said he's not playing in GSL. I asked him as soon as he said he was in Korea, I was like, GSL? He's like, no. I was like, Clem. So I wanted to cast your GSL games. I think he's practicing for EWC. Yeah, I think so too. I think he's just getting some practice in. I think he's just going while there's a good chance, a good period to go and travel, because right now he doesn't have a tournament to play in until the Bulgarian tournament, and then after that, a couple of weeks later, his home story. Then he might, if he wants to after that, he could go back to Korea maybe for a little bit before EWC. Just depends what he's feeling, I imagine, so just probably trying to make the most of it. Like, if he didn't go now, then he'd be kind of flying to Korea just to fly back for Bulgaria sooner rather than later, you know. Oh, I wonder if it's Dallas. I wonder if he's going to go to Dallas. I wonder if he's just going to go to Korea in preparation for Dallas and then go to Dallas. Ooh. Like 2 weeks in Korea and then Dallas? Oh, maybe that's the plan. I don't know if Clem's going to Dallas because obviously Dallas is kind of a weird one because Clem's already qualified for EWC, so he doesn't have to play in these qualifying events, but Dallas still has some prize money. And obviously, offline competition, it would be good to get some offline practice in as well, right? So I imagine Clem will try and play in as much offline stuff as possible too. So, yeah, I completely forgot about Dallas. That's probably why the dates are really bad for GSL for him, actually, because he has to go for Dallas, and then he'll be coming back to Korea. Alright, anyways, just me speculating. I should probably just ask him. Medevac, Siege Tank, couple of Marines coming through, the Orbital and the SCV in production as the first drop comes across the map, and Clem looks to apply some pressure here in the early stages. Reaper sitting strong for the moment. Just out the front, and it's got the Stalker set up, Sentry coming around. We got ourselves settled in. As the Siege Tank and a couple of additional Marines come about as well. Medevac will go the other way. I see a little bit of bio coming through. Stalker's going to be there, the Sentry as well. Just going to be there to kind of push things back for a few moments. Blink in the Prison coming up, a couple of barracks in the Raven coming online, and some Marines on Engineering Bay coming up as well. Who's my favorite SC2 player to watch? Probably just one of the fun watching Terrans like Clem, Yun. I mean, I'm a Terran player at heart, so it's always going to be a Terran. I mean, I always used to love watching Innovation and stuff as well. Just yeah, some of the solid Terran players. I was find it very fun to watch. Like I said, Terran's my favorite race, which means that obviously all the Terran matchups are more fun to me to watch than like, for example, I don't really like watching PvZs. That immediately eliminates Protoss and Zerg players. So yeah, rip Protoss and Zerg. You can't be part of my choice. Oh, the Stalkers are going to go for it. They ate a tank shot on the way in. I thought it was very desperate from Classic, who tries to micro the Prism out of there, but like that was kind of an ugly attack, to say the least. Definitely not pretty as the stim pack and the combat shield continue up. Marine Marauder coming through, the reactor coming up. A couple of SCVs on the way in. And that charge upgrade coming by as well. So just playing into the main base. So stim pack going to continue through on the barracks. It's not going to be in danger here as Clem does start to get rid of some of the Marauders. Then he can kind of kite against the Marines. The Prism tries to warp in. It's a very daring play. I can't imagine Classic didn't expect that to kind of just get taken down. Oh, this was just terrible for Classic. I'm sorry, but this was not it at all. He started off way too aggressive, and he just stayed on that path. I don't know why he felt the need to be as aggressive as he was being. This was bad call after bad call. Almost like he's on, like, I feel like almost like he feels like he's on a timer, right? Like, really not pretty. Really not pretty. Well, yeah, I mean, not much to say on this one. As Stim and Combat finish, Classic's giving up all of his units, so a push across the map here should be a pretty simple conclusion for Clem victory in this game. As you don't really bounce back from that kind of damage taken, so a little bit of an anticlimactic game too, because it's a pretty darn competitive game one, but then Classic just decided to throw his units into the meat grinder in this second game. And like I say, it just doesn't quite live up to the fun we were looking for. It's going to put Classic 1 and 2 in this group. That means he's very likely going to end up being eliminated here. That loss to JUMY really being a deciding factor on his day, unfortunately. There's a few more Zealots warp in. The Marines go after a few of those probes. The turret going down. Just going to see our bio continue to fight. A couple of Zealots getting chased. Stalkers getting chased. +1 attack upgrade will be finishing shortly. A couple more Zealots getting jumped on. And +1 attack, and that Immortal continuing to pop out for the moment as well. There we go. Stalkers and Zealots going to come charging by. Just going to be seeing the dive forward. Tank firing back. Bioun's going to continue to shoot. Can Stalker just continue to fire. The Immortal chasing as well. I mean, Classic's making a better chase down of this than expected. I think the reality is still that CLEM will overwhelm, but yeah, get rid of the Immortal. A few Stalkers aren't going to stand up for themselves once the Zealots are gone. A couple of Widow Mines off to that right side never got to come into play. Now they'll reposition, and that's going to make it tougher for any new wave of Zealots. There's 4 Widow Mines here ready to fight them. Bang, bang. Maybe another couple of bangs off the mines while CLEM continues to try and push through. I imagine CLEM's got some more buy units arriving shortly as well in the form of reinforcements, because right now he's actually not got too much showing up. To be fair, Classic is still continuing to make a better defense of this than I was expecting. I thought he was dead in the water. Right now he's drowning, but he's still just about hanging on in there. He's kind of gasp of breath every now and again, so he isn't dead yet. But it's obviously still not exactly looking pretty, and there's no one throwing him a life jacket or what do you call those rings that you throw in the water to save people? I don't even know. There's no one throwing him a rope to try and drag him out, as CLEM is going to be just a life ring. You just call it a life ring? Huh. Wild. Yeah, no one's throwing him one of them. It was great when you go for an analogy as a caster and you don't even know the words you're trying to use to make the analogy with, isn't it? I feel like, honestly, analogies are my worst enemy. Every time I try and come with up with an analogy, I get halfway through and it just completely falls apart, you know? Like, it just disappears. I'm just like, oh. Lifesaver? Is that what it's called? A lifesaver? Let's see. There you go. Yeah, you know, the more I learn, though, the next time I think about making this analogy, I'll know the terminology, you know? We're going to chase a couple of Zealots getting hunted. We are going to see our Stalkers and Zealots pulling back as well. I mean, CLEM is still just slowly reinforcing. He's got Liberators behind this, another CC coming up. Did CLEM just scan across the map on one of the bases? I think he just scanned a very weird place. What was that, like 10 minutes in the game? I want to go check that out. Well, Zealots will just go chasing forward. A little bit of bio will step through. The Zealots going to take damage again. A couple of SCVs going down. I mean, it's a nice little counterattack. Classic wants something to obviously try and pull CLEM back and give him some more time to potentially get units out that may make a difference. I mean, Colossus is here as well. CLEM is not really immediately set up to deal with the Colossus. Still hard to really be excited for Classic, who is down, you know, half the army supply, horrible amount of supply overall. I will jump onto a couple of the Zealots there. They're going to go down immediately. Another Zealot going down too. I see the Zealot's going to be able to grab the bunker, so that will be grabbed. The rest of the bio coming across. Zealots will continue to full. Multiple of those dropping. That's going to be Classic once again, a counterattack that just gets cleaned up. And honestly, CLEM taking a few moments is probably not a bad thing. Get that Ghost Academy online. He's up against Colossus now, so continue to just stream across the map and attack in is probably not going to be great. End up cancelling the base there. Then Marauders, Vikings, 2-2 upgrades coming about. Two Stalkers going to go open up the rocks over there too. To attack, Disruptor coming up, and get settled for the moment. Let's see how Storm's going to get there. Liberator coming through. Bio gathering and join up together. Just going to come through. We're going to go after some rocks. Clearing up for the moment right now. And the 2-2 coming over, the ship weapons coming about. It's going to be seen a few zelts. Going to go diving into the mineral line in a few SCVs. Take damage again. Clem is almost maxed out at this stage. As he hits 2-2, you've got to really imagine that again. This is almost the time at which he's going to be ready to kind of full send this. And once you get rid of one of the Colossus already, those Vikings shooting across, doing a good job. I like that Classic got a couple disruptors. I think he's always going to be the defender here. So there's a good opportunity that the disruptors end up coming into play and actually being used in a big way to play defense. So I like seeing that a lot. I think Classic's been playing defense all game because of the way that the game's been set up and the way it's been going. Not exactly ideal. Vikings firing, the Colossus going to be taking a few more shots again. Just going to be seeing the Zard still fighting, SCVs taking hits. 10, 14 workers going down. That Colossus going down as well. So, I mean, at least Classic is getting rid of a lot of SCVs at CLEM. So, CLEM having some issues back on the other side. Zars will come in and fight. Vikings going to lift up. Marine Marauder getting chased around a little bit as well. Just going to see the rest of the bio coming down to the bottom. And again, continue to chase for now as the 3-3 upgrades start up on the side of CLEM. We got the +3 attack upgrade coming through from Classic. Got Disruptor coming online. Well, Disruptor shots firing from way too far away. I don't know how we ever thought that they were going to connect. I mean, maybe if there was an upgrade to the Disruptor, you know, a Purification Nova Catapult, so these Novas, like, travel 3 times the distance or something. Man, they were so far away. I mean, I guess if Clem chases super forward aggressively in, then, like, it stops him doing that, but I don't think that was going to happen anyways, so it kind of made it look a little bit silly, I guess. Skulk's going to get underneath and get rid of a couple of those Vikings, so some damage done there. Quickly coming about, a couple of ghosts and the Marines coming over as well. Continue to get that up for the moment. Disruptor shot firing down, firing a couple of hits in. Just going to be seeing the +2 armor coming up, the Disruptor's coming by, the Zealots on the way. 3-3 still coming up on these engineering bays, and we have the extra Liberators coming by as well. And we've seen a little recall up to the 12 o'clock. Fire dives, just going to see that Nexus already taking some damage. Another Disruptor shot, just going to land on a few Marines. The Zealots going to get jumped on, Disruptor gets hit, and then those Stalkers going to get hit as well. Another Disruptor going down. I'm starting to really break through here. A lot of units going down now as the Disruptors are running in from the other side. Always bad when the Disruptors have to run into the opponent. That's always when they're going to be at their worst. As Clem just rotates around with these units and then is going to have reinforcements showing up as well. So he's going to have everything together now to continue to attack. A couple of Disruptor shots. Actually going to find the Ghost that kind of come through there in a bit of a cluster. Clem's going to force his way through this choke point and... well, the Disruptor's going to find another decent connection in the background there. Another couple Disruptor shots going to land. I mean, this is Clem maybe being a little bit overly aggressive and going a little bit too far, a little bit too quick. I mean, he's still going to be up on supply heavily. Because he did lose a lot of units there, which he didn't need to. He could have been even more commanding, although... I guess if you're being super careful, sometimes you don't get to be as commanding as that anyway, so... there is the GG, there is the victory screen, and there is Clem taking the 2-0 over Classic. This game went on like 10 more minutes than I thought it would. I thought this was going to be like a 7 or 8 minute and we were GG'd and done. Obviously, that's not quite how it worked out, so... and we have GG's, and we are going to be heading back onto NA, as Clem will take on JUMY up next for a little bit of TVP. Alright, Clem getting that win against Classic. But like I say, it wasn't completely easy, especially when he had the leads in the game. It felt as though maybe Clem should have had a bit of an easier time there with the advantages that he had, but yeah. Alright. Cool. Hop on over to NA. We'll get this going. Get this ready to rumble. Perfect, guys. Keeping the games rolling. Thank you for joining us today. You're watching the WardiTV May Group C. We're going to have a couple of Group B matches when we finish up Group C today as well. We still have Spirit versus Yakov and Spirit versus Goblin to finish up from yesterday. So, we'll have a good, like, you know, we still got like 4 more best of 3s coming your way. So, we're about halfway through our day of action. Like I say, CLEM versus JUMY up next. And that will be followed by CLEM versus SCARLETT. And then that will be our Group C done. And then into those couple of Group B matches afterward. We just wait for CLEM to hop over and to connect and everything. Take a few moments. And we'll get back on track. Bum 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 bada bum. Alright, CLEM hopping on over to America. I thought CLEM had that a lot sooner as well, guys. To be fair, the Protoss player did literally spam early game units and CLEM continued to attack into him. It's not like Classic was getting into a good position. It's like, and CLEM was teching up behind it all as well, right? So, like, Classic kind of held on, but it's no different if CLEM had, like, a couple of siege, was behind, but had a couple of siege tanks and just sort of sat there kind of spamming defensive units, but never tried to really progress his game very much. And then the pros probably can't attack in either, and they just have to kind of play out into their own tech to kind of, you know, on bases, so. I know we seem to think that Protoss kind of have this ability to defend forever, but I think, the other races have a similar effect. It's just the way that the game works. If you want to try and play defensive and just not die, you can do it, and that's what comes down to the other player having to then, you know, make the correct decisions and still take up behind it and take that advantage in other ways. It's always nice, because I know some people are ready to complain about Protoss after that last game. I can already feel it in the, I can feel the Protoss complaint tingles coming through the chat vibes. That's Fantasy and Incorporeal getting vetoed straight away. And for what our third video will be, obviously 3 videos each in the best of 9 map pool, or the 9 map pool. You get 3 videos each in a best of 3. So just waiting to see what those will be, what the choices are. And thank you for joining us today. If you're on the YouTube, do not forget to hit that like and the subscribe. I super appreciate it. We still only have about 50% of the live stream viewers being subscribed to the YouTube channel. So if that is you, if you're not subscribed, hit subscribe. You get to see when we're live more often. You get to come watch more games with us. Hit that sub button. Come along. I really do want to try and push the sub count, the YouTube subscriber count to like 50k. Like, it's a slow process. We're currently getting like 200 to 300 YouTube subs a month. So, you know, we're about, you know, a year and a half away from 50,000, but like, if we can keep it up and if we keep motivating people, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. Halfway to getting a cool little silver placard of saying that I'm really cool for YouTube. The ultimate dream. Maybe if we do another 10 years of StarCraft 2, we can get there. Ay. Tokamak and Leyland's getting taken out. So some of the more commonly played best 3 maps getting taken out of this TVP. Currently Ultra Love still in there, Magnatha, Pylon, those have been very popular. Torch is still available too. That's a very interesting map. We'll see if that makes it through the veto process. I'm surprised because I really felt like Torch was going to be the map that got removed like instantly by everybody. It was definitely the case in the TLMC tournament, but it actually seems less vetoed than some of the other maps right now, which is kind of wild. Pylon and Magnath again taken away. So we are going to have torches left in this map pool. Persephone will be left and Ultralove. So torches, Persephone, Ultralove. First map will be torches. Alright. That was pretty fun. Like I say, it's a little bit different for sure. It's cool to see it getting some play. Doo-doo-doo. Well, we'll just get everyone in here, guys, and we'll get back into it. And thanks for joining us. Hope you all having a wonderful weekend. And yeah, got some fun StarCraft 2 coming up, obviously, next week as well. Our schedule for the week, so let me just tell you what's going on in general throughout the rest of May. So the schedule for next week will be WardiTV Mondays, and then WardiTV Group D on Monday and Tuesday. And then we'll have Wednesday, I'm going to be off. And then Thursday, we'll be doing the GSL replays again, probably in like the later afternoon. And Friday, we're going to be doing GSL replays of Group B and the playoffs all in one stream. And then I'm going to be taking Saturday off again. Oh, 2 days off in 1 week? Who is this streamer, right? Cancel the subs. Passion is clearly gone. That's it, right? Let's subscribe to someone with some actual real passion, shall we? But yeah, on Sunday, we will be back for the WardiTV May Finals. The week after that is Dallas. And so the week after that, I'm like, I don't even know what I'm going to do. I've got WardiTV Mondays down, and then I'm like, I don't really know what's going on for the rest of the week. I'm going to probably throw something together. The next 3 weeks after that are actually just very strange in general because it's Dallas. And then I'm away for a few days because it's Kailaris' wedding. And then after that, it's the Bulgarian event. So it's kind of a weird couple of weeks coming up. After that, we're going to be starting the WardiTV European League for a few weeks before EWC. So that'll be coming up too. So yeah, those 3 weeks, though, are going to be a little bit strange. We'll have to figure out what the hell we're going to cast. So, yeah, I'm not really quite sure just yet, but I'm sure we'll find something. Clem was in the wrong lobby. He was in the Beyond Skilless lobby for some reason. Well, are they playing the Cranky Ducklings tournament right now? I always feel bad because the Cranky Ducklings have their tournament every Sunday, but it's unfortunate because it's hard not to overlap. It's hard for me not to stream on Sundays, right? And then their tournament starts like an hour before I usually stream, so we always end up overlapping with them. So if you're ever looking for StarCraft 2 on a Sunday, guys, do check out the Cranky Ducklings. Right now they've got Beyond vs Skilless up in their finals of their Sparkling Tuna Cup 91. They got some good players every Sunday, so like I say, go give them some love as well. Like I say, I feel bad because I oftentimes end up streaming over this tournament. It's just, like I say, it's really difficult to not stream in this time slot because, like I say, Sundays are good days to stream, and this is just when I usually stream, you know, so. In the top right-hand side, we're going to start this game off with the Blue Protoss player, JUMY. Taking on, in the bottom right, our red Terran player, CLEM. Alright, so a little bit of action coming through as we get set up. And game one of this best of 3. JUMY 2-0. I mean, this is wild because obviously JUMY 2-0 right now, 4-0 in the group. He's kind of nearly guaranteed. I mean, so he's definitely going to be over Classic. I mean, I don't think there's a way he doesn't advance, right? Because CLEM... So, say he loses to CLEM... SCARLETT's 0-2 as well. No, JUMY's already through, right? Yeah, I think with Clem beating Classic, Jumy's already guaranteed to advance. And that will just leave Clem Scarlet at the end as like a little bit of a seeding matchup, which can still be impactful on both sides, so... Huh. Yeah, Jumy's already guaranteed to advance. Funnily enough, Clem is not guaranteed to advance, though, so... Yeah, because Clem's only 1-0, so if Jumy beats Clem, then Clem Scarlet could be a match to get into the playoffs. Potential 3-way tiebreak, even, yeah. But obviously, we do expect Clem to be a favorite here, so... We'll see what happens. Gonna have a couple of SCVs pulling back, the Adept and the Stargate coming online. Just get ourselves rolling here in the early few moments again, getting set up for a little bit, getting underway. And yeah, excited to see some Jumy against Clem. Jumy's been playing well lately. Clem's a very difficult opponent, right? But Jumy is, again, being challenging. And I feel like we're not far away from at least one day seeing Jumy take a map or so of Clem and really give him a run for his money in a game or two. Kind of feeling it, you know? I feel like it's going to happen at some point. Maybe not today. At some point in the future, I feel like we're not too far from that being a reality. Stargate coming up with the Phoenix, so Phoenix coming out early. Where that ambient sounds even when you have it off. Oof, it's one of those maps, is it? One of those maps that has the sounds that aren't meant to be there. It's never fun. Pro facility coming about, the pros building up, and get settled in just for a couple of moments as the medevac boosts up the right hand side and going to come across for the moment. And Robo facility about halfway. The medevac trying to get in, a couple of Phoenix are going to be there. Zone that medevac back out the other direction. Means we'll hit that Phoenix for a few moments. Medevac moving about. Again, a couple of SCVs in the barracks coming over. Viking the siege tank coming up. Add a couple of Marines in there as well. We get all of that underway for the moment. Robo Bay will be coming about. Again, the Immortal and the Phoenix coming through also. It's just going to have ourselves the Phoenix coming down that right-hand side, looking to try and poke in for some damage, but the unit's immediately in position from Clem. Not going to let Jumy get there freely. Going to stem in that +1, both coming up. Bring that straight through. Again, Robo Bay, Nexus, Observer coming online for the moment as well, so we bring that all of that through for now. Reactor coming up, 1+1, sim in combat, continuing to build just for the moment. Again, those Phoenix still gathering, and we wait to see what the next moment or two will bring us as the Ray Marauder medevac all coming about just for now. And the Marines, the medevac's coming up. We add on a Marauder, just seeing a couple of Widow Mines coming through too. A few Phoenix just hanging out just to the top side. Gonna move in toward the main. And actually gonna get straight through to pick up a couple of these SCVs. So, a couple of SCVs going down. More Vikings gonna go get chased the other way. This is nice though. These Phoenix gonna get rid of a whole bunch more SCVs. So damage being done. 8 workers going down. Good damage dealt here so far. And these Phoenix, the only problem is now your Phoenix have no energy left to deal with an attack across the map. But we have a Colossus. Phoenix are going to recall so they can still shoot away at medevacs and so on, and the Viking. I don't like this for Jumy, no? I mean, he put Clem on a low work count. Start a fight in. We want to get rid of the siege tank. He's going to just try click the siege tank. No, 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 no. He just died. This is why having no Phoenix energy left is really rough, because ideally you just lift the siege tank up with the Phoenix or so. But right-clicking the siege tank with a Colossus that has no range in the open area that lets CLEM come in from the surround, that just creates a collapsing movement, and that is going to be very quick to give CLEM the advantage in the game. Man, it was looking good for JUMY, but yeah, just a little bit of Phoenix energy that didn't go into lifting workers, and maybe this fight looks pretty different because, like I say, if you get rid of the tank and the Colossus is going to hold off the bio from a bit further back and doesn't have to step in to try and get the tank, then brilliant. But yeah, just yeah, that was not it, unfortunately, from JUMY. Picked his moment badly, unfortunately, and that will be pretty costly as the bio stims up. Colossus goes down, battery goes down. GG, says JUMY. CLEM will take game 1 of this BO3, and we'll be up a map in this series. So CLEM takes the 1-0 advantage. Heading into game 2 in a couple of moments. It was Central West Central, so CLEM's server preference for map number 2 going into Ultra Love. Oh, Persephone next. I had the wrong map copy pasted. Ultra Love will be map 3 though. Alright. Sorry guys, just a little bit of confusion on the lobby hosting. My bad. My bad. JUMY's in here, just waiting for CLEM to join us. Ready, GLA Jeff? Ready, says JUMY. Let's get this one started up. Alright guys, let's get into our second game here as JUMY and CLEM go to battle. Because like CLEM just wants to go to bed. Well, he might be a bit jet lagged, I guess. So he didn't want to play today as well. Like when I first asked him, he said he really prefers Group D, and then I was like, man, Group D would be CLEM, MaxPax, Solar, and Shin. Solar and Shin had already specifically said they absolutely have to play, and MaxPax as well all said they had to play Group D, and I was just like, okay, I was like, that's really kind of a stacked group. I was like, CLEM, usually you're pretty flexible. You don't seem to mind switching groups a lot of the time and stuff. So I was like, do you want to move group? He was like, yeah, no problem. I was like, oh, phew. He's like, yeah, D was just a preference. I was like, oh, thank goodness. Didn't realize he was like flying to Korea yesterday. Alright, well, we get into this and we get set up as the probe and the SCV in production to start us off. We get that started. He's going to be the 4th person in Group D. Serral, maybe? If you guys can convince Serral to play in a WardiTV tournament, I will be very impressed. Someday, we will get Serral to play a WardiTV tournament. I just haven't figured out what I have to do to make that happen yet. But maybe at some point it will happen. No, I don't know. We were discussing this earlier, who we should invite for the 4th slot. Someone said SOS, which I actually thought was a really fun idea. Just, like I said, I don't have a way to talk to SOS. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll think of someone and invite them later today, I think. Just been doing some other things rather than trying to figure out my last player slot, that's all. Eric's about to finish. SCV on the way. Just going to see the Nexus coming through. Nexus coming about. Cybercore coming through. And next in the Cybercore coming about, probe coming through for the moment, so we get set up, factory coming about, reactor on the way. Gets settled early. We're just gonna play, probe will take a few shots of damage as well, so a few hits coming through. As Reaper will go, and that probe will go down, so probe going to get grabbed initially. We continue about a couple of shots, just nibbling on through. And that Twilight Council going to be the choice of JUMY, so moving away from that Stargate and that Phoenix place, not going to go for the same thing twice. I like the setup he had going, just he didn't really execute well from there, unfortunately. Twilight Council about to finish. Stalker in the warp gate coming up. Gateway building. Blink on the way through. Warp gate coming up and online. We got all of that going. And yeah, Medevac, Cyclone, and a couple of Marines coming by as well. Get all of that going. Medevac pulling back, couple gates going through, Robo facility coming online as well. Can get set up for the moment as the Medevac heads down the left. Just gonna see the Adept gonna fire. Reaper taking some shots, couple stalkers trying to fight as the Cyclone will take a few hits as well. Medevac also taking some extra shots at the moment, so a few hits here and there. Robo facility, gateway, blink, continue to come by for the moment. Again, a little bit of everything coming up for them now. I'm even going to get that Raven up as well, try and get set up on this. Maybe just escapes way down the bottom. Obviously got that healing shrine there as well, which is always fun to keep track of a little bit, as the Adept is going to hit the Reaper and do some work. Reaper obviously just trying to get down and not too much happening. Obviously just actually is going to get into the natural, but Stalker should be able to shut it down. Just trying to find some final bits of info before we're done. Temple Archives from JUMY, so we've seen some of his further tech starting to develop here already. +1 coming about. Marines on the way. Stalker's going to trade. Siege Tank takes some damage. Obviously, this is the big push that JUMY has to be able to deal with right away. The Raven's still alive is going to be a big factor. One of those tanks half HP is nice. Cyclone taking a few shots there as well. We're doing that without losing too many of the Stalkers. Tactical Siege. Stalkers, Immortal, Zealots continue to gather, just having ourselves the charge and the Immortal continuing through. And Impact, Combat Shield +1. All of that just coming about right now. Marine Marauder in production, and like I say, this army is already pushing across the map. We're trying to get to Storm here from JUMY as an answer to this. If you could get to Storm, maybe find a bit of an answer there. I think you can get to Storm, then great, but getting Storm's always scary. Once you get Storm, you're going to have 5 extra gates coming up as well, charge finishing. Like, your army becomes a lot better with that, so yes, we shall see. Just another Zealot stepping up. Again, Stim Combat and +1 coming through. Stalker's there, just going to go after the Medevac for a moment. Stalker's getting healed up. As, yeah, why not? You make use of that healing shrine. Hey, CLEM could go in the healing shrine and heal up his tank and his Cyclone, no? He's currently chasing down those Stalkers, but that'd be nice to heal up a couple of those units that are low HP. Why not? The Raven can't go in. There's air blockers around it, unfortunately. So It's ground units only. Those pesky air units can't have those healing. That would be too broken. Obviously. Clearly. I mean, actually would be kind of wild. You just play super aggressively with oracles, you step away, they get healed up, you come back in. Like, actually be pretty nuts. Oracles that can just play super aggro the entire time and just tank shots to guarantee worker kills. That would be pretty difficult. Loads up the medevac's gonna go around the right side. Gonna go in for that bottom corner, I guess, and maybe try and get the pylon, maybe even head toward the third base after. Because Elt's trying to come up through the center, don't really get anywhere, so they get shut down pretty much immediately. Too easy shut down on that one. Marine gets across, probe goes down. Yeah, the Marine's gonna stim. There's no nexus here still, it's just a pylon we can get rid of. For the moment, the fourth is gonna come down on the left-hand side instead, so that's what JUMY will expand to. And we'll continue to the third base. Why the hell not? If you got the units there. I was gonna say JUMY's not responding to it, as though Clem was just gonna like not try the third base at all. He finally turned around, but could have been much more in position much sooner than this. Medevac's related feedback. I think he feedbacked the same medevac twice, unfortunately. I believe that was 2 feedbacks going off right there. Couple ghosts coming over. And yeah, our Nexus building on the fourth still. So JUMY does at least, even if you didn't clean up that drop, at least you forced him to lift it up and pull it back for a moment or so. Not pretty for the Zealots. They eat a lot of the Widowmine shots. Finally, some High Templars getting out of that prism. Beginning to drop some storms. High Templars aiming toward that ramp could have been huge. There was a lot of units all gathered up there, stacked together. We are dropping some EMPs on the High Templar as they drop out of the prism. We try and move forward. More from an Archon in his JUMY is still chasing this army. Believes he can keep it going. Let's drop on the bottom side once more. So CLEM immediately in position. Third base is under fire once again. This time I don't know if JUMY's going to have anything to deal with it, as he's very committed to pushing on this other side. Couple of Immortals there in the front. That Bioforce will get rid of those. 12 SCVs going down. We're now going to start warping in Zealots on the other side. And CLEM pulled SCVs in to help him survive against this. And he is going to convincingly come out of this ahead in army supply. But yeah, he loses 22 workers. He does have to run away with these Marines, although those Stalkers are not exactly well set up for themselves. So Marines should be able to fight that. Okay, there's a few Zealots there as well. That should be a better job of dealing and handling with this. So that'll definitely help. But CLEM is still up 50 army supply as he won the fight on the top side. Now as everything comes across the map, he'll be able to push on through to the bottom left and make a pretty significant play over these next few moments, I imagine. Obviously, he has a few EMPs available too. Hits the first High Templar there. High Templar in the back has one storm dropping immediately, and now an EMP would obviously take away the other storm. He actually snipes it, so while the storm goes off, the snipe then does get the kill. He's going to kill this Nexus if he wants to. I mean, he can actually sit here and fight this army as well. JUMY tries to play saving graces on the Nexus, but it will not happen. GG CLEM 2-0 is going to be the scoreline here, as CLEM will get up to 2-0 in this group, and that does, I believe, mean that CLEM and JUMY are just guaranteed to advance. CLEM, with a win over SCARLETT, will guarantee himself first place in the group, although I think he's guaranteed first place anyway. Like, I just don't think there's a way this goes the other way. So I think this last match does not have too much importance on it, but we'll still play it because we enjoy StarCraft. We have not seen a Game 3 today, unfortunately. Not seen a Game 3 today at all. Alright, couple of moments, we'll get into this. SCARLETT CLEM. Game 3, just seeing if CLEM is rejoining the chat channel. Sometimes I think the chat channels are bugged, so just have to believe in it. Alright, SCARLETT CLEM TVZ to wrap us up on Group C, and again, we've got a couple of matches from Group B from yesterday to go through as well after this, which will be Spirit versus Goblin, Spirit versus Yakov, so all of that's still to come. 3 best of 3s remain today on this beautiful Sunday. Still kind of sunny outside. Lovely. Yeah, CLEM just showing up in this one. I really feel someday JUMY's gonna have a good day, CLEM's gonna have a bad day. And I think that combination will give JUMY like a little bit of a chance to kind of give CLEM a run for his money one time, but it's not going to be every day, it's not going to be common, not just yet. JUMY still has a lot of work to put in to get to that sort of a point, so I feel like at some point it's got to happen, right? At some point it's bound to happen. Has JUMY ever taken a map off CLEM? Never. 43 to 0 in maps as CLEM against JUMY. Okay, someday though, I'm believing. I'm believing in the someday. Alright. Like I said, just waiting for CLEM to get back on the channel. For some reason it seems to have removed him. Alright. Couple moments then, guys. Comes in the chat channel, picking his first veto. Pretty tough one for SCARLETT. It's been fun seeing some SCARLETT games, though. I appreciate her coming out and playing some games with us here. It's been fun to see her playing some action, so don't get to see SCARLETT every day of the week. Like I said, we got a couple of those Spirit games from yesterday to come after this as well, so still a good bit of StarCraft left. Spirit games ain't ever short, so. And that group yesterday was ridiculous. Like, this is another group today that's going to be done, like, you know, 3 to 3 hours, 15 minutes or something, probably. And then we did yesterday 4 best of 3s in, like, 4 hours and 15 minutes, like, in Group B. Group B was just the day of long games, apparently. Nobody beats JUMY 22 times in a row. Yes, I'm sure that's the thought process. Leylines, Last Fantasy, and Persephone currently vetoed in this Terran versus Zerg, guys. Love it. SCARLETT here for these matches. He's doing his own thing. He played these yesterday. Yeah, what happened yesterday was Spirit basically had an issue like within an hour before the tournament started, and just decided to pre-play his matches. Because he already pre-played them, I figured we may as well save a couple of them for today, because they were already set aside as replays. You know, they were already played. We were already going to have to cast them as replays. So instead of doing 12 best of 3s yesterday, it means we get to do 10 yesterday and 8 series today instead of 12 and 6. You know, it just balances out the streams a little bit better. It was like trying to do a little bit extra when possible. We're going to go to torches for this map. Number 1. Oh no, veto torches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're about to see torches. What does that leave us with? Tokamak. Pylon. Incorporeal. Alright, Incorporeal's gonna be map 1. I like that though. I actually like this map. I feel like this map's been very interesting. It just keeps getting vetoed. I'll try and get this set up then. Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-bum. Alright, lobby's up. Players are getting dragged into positions. We should just be a few moments away from going. Bum, 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 bum. Forecasters, we lost one, so 5 down to 4 is correct. Go GL. Gets called by SCARLETT. And there's CLEM. When he readies up, can take us into this TVZ. Ready and GL, Chef. Let's get into this. And see some Terran versus Zerg, guys. And WardiTV made part of the WardiTV 2025 series. You can find out so much more about that on the Indiegogo crowdfunder page. !2025 in the Twitch and YouTube chat if you want to check that out. Really appreciate it. So go check that out. We've got a few weeks left of crowdfunding still. As we get ready for Incorporeal, let's head into the game. So Terran versus Zerg, as we have ourselves down in the bottom right-hand side. The blue Zerg player will come into this absolutely as an underdog, but let's see if she can bring us some fun. As we have SCARLETT taking to the field of Incorporeal. And at the top left, red Terran player being the world champion of StarCraft 2 right now, CLEM. He's of course looking to defend that world championship in a couple of months' time. We're really only a couple months away from EWC already. We went from it being announced to suddenly it's happening so soon. Alright, get one of those best of 3 as we get set up. Get ready to rumble here. See what's going to happen. Code 15 hatch was mostly for CVP to get the hatch before Pro Block. There's 15 hatch thing for all matchups now. It was actually figured out that I think an extractor trick 15 hatch is more economical than other builds. Lambo was talking about it a few months ago, how basically like they've been doing the wrong build order for the entire time in StarCraft 2. Like since the start of Legacy of the Void, no one ever realized that this is actually a more economical way to play. Which is pretty crazy. Are you allowed to post a link, or who do you have to ask first? If you're a trusted member of the channel, you should be fine. We actually have the bot set up so that you will only get kind of hit on the link if you've not been around a lot. If you post it, the worst that's going to happen is going to delete your message. You're not going to get banned or anything. It's crazy. Yeah, I forget what the exact kind of part of it was. But I'm pretty sure, like, basically they all decided for the longest of times that extractor tricks were just not it. And then it turns out extractor tricking actually is it. So, yeah. Kind of wild. Like I said, I don't know the specifics. This is beyond Wardy level of comprehension. It's been a while since I talked about it. I talked about it a lot when Lambo first brought it up and stuff, but I haven't done it in a while. $15 hatch has nothing to do with that. Well, there you go. See, I'm just being dumb. See? Wardy with the 0 IQ commentary. I'm talking about the Overlord timing. Oh, see? Yeah, I'm on about the Overlord time. Clearly, guys. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, in my head, I felt as though 15 hatch was not. I was like, thinking about it, I was like, I don't know if that makes sense. Sometimes I don't know what the benefit of going 15 hatch is then, and apart from maybe you're afraid of it getting blocked by like an SCV and forced to take the 3rd hatch location, which is obviously just not common in ZVT. Honestly, my early game build order knowledge is really bad compared to what it used to be. It's actually kind of crazy how much it's dropped off. You know when you just take something for granted for a long time and then people actually ask you a question, you're like, I need a refresher. I need like a crash course in like the early game builds again, you know? Twins on the way up. Banshee and the Hellion coming through. Just going to tell you our cloaking coming up as well. There's a couple of Hellions going to whack. That's just going to be seeing the cloak and the Banshee continuing through. Just going to see if Overlord's coming about. Our Hellions and the Reaper going to regather. And Scarlet will get that lane speed now available to start if she wants to start it. Obviously a bit of a later gas for her. Not the fastest of gas mining initially, so it goes a bit heavier on the Queens in the early stages. Already up to 5, going up to 6 and 7 now. So yeah, plenty of Queens early on, and they're going to be a major part of her defense, considering she is going to be having some... What am I on about? I'm just... Okay, guys, you're just going to have to not listen to me. I've just completely psyched myself out of the game. She has Ling speed. Should we just take a moment, just like reset? I feel like I'm just talking absolute shit. Holy god. Right, let's just try and not talk nonsense. My brain is like, because we started talking about the openings, my brain's stuck in opening land, and then I'm like, I've just completely ignored what's actually happening and the fact we're like 5 minutes in game. Okay, let's just reset. And just go from here, because I think everything I've said in the first 5 minutes of this game has just been wrong. Very, very impressive. Jesus. Alright. So, a couple of Hellions stepping through. The Queen's going to be there to push the Hellions back. We obviously do have the Banshee out to start applying a little bit of pressure. And we just have ourselves the Stimp back and the +1 upgrade coming about right here. So, getting those upgrades up and rolling. As the Spore Crawler going to take a step over to the side. Hellions are going to step forward. A couple of Creep Tumors already beginning to drop. Obviously, we do have some Queens in position. Those Hellions will continue to poke around. The Hellions of CLEM are so annoying. They will poke around forever and just continue to get your Creep Tumors and look for opportunities to dive your mineral lines. CLEM is not afraid of diving mineral lines with Hellions, like a lot of other Terrans are. Some Terrans do not love giving up their Hellions and the map control they gain from that, but CLEM just loves. If he gets rid of some of your workers, he knows his micro and ability to attack is so good that he can 100% attempt to capitalize on a lot of those situations from that point on. So, once you see the 1-1 and the Stimp pack continue to come by, the Queen's going to be there, the Banshees pull off to the sides, missiles and carapace coming up, drones in the Hydra Den coming through as well. They add those extra extractors and Creep Tumors on. Just get all of this still being brought into play. Hellions taking that watchtower, just going to end up coming back around. 1-1 upgrade still setting up as well currently. Again, missiles and carapace getting built. The improved spines coming up. Marines will be able to just get down on top of that Overlord. So the Overlord gets knocked immediately into the army spreading out in a couple different directions. CLEM has a few units off to the right. This Marine Widowmine little dropship squad to the left. It's actually a little bit low from the Banshee harassment earlier on. And these Marines are going to be able to jump straight onto it here as the Hydras will fight back. The hatchery falls. And that is going to be this Overseer going to get grabbed as well. So Overseer will fall. And the Hydra's still going to be stepping forward. We got Drilling Claws in the way, so CLEM just going to start getting those Widow Mines to be as effective as possible. Skull going to be pretty quick moving into the Infestors, actually, so gets a few Infestors on the way up, brings those into action. Burrow coming online, missiles and carapace continuing to build. Marines just stepping forward, the Hydras and Queens going to step across, the Bio stepping away. He's going to step forward again. A couple of Widow Mines still coming through. And we're actually going to see a lot of those Hydras going down. So CLEM with a good trade. The problem is if there's nothing to really support these Hydras, they are just flimsy units as they always are, right? Not a lot of hit points, not a lot of defense on them. And they will just drop very quickly. Like, Hydras need to be in that number where either they have some protection or they're at that critical mass where they will just kill things before they take too much damage themselves. And right now, we're definitely not kind of at that point. So CLEM able to get a good little couple of pickoffs. And again, starting to work through that Hydra count as we now make our way down to the bottom right. We get an Overlord, we work our way through the hatchery. A few of these Hydras stepping up. The Marine's going to have to load into the Medivacs and back away. Widow Mine shots going off onto a few of those Hydras as well as the Widow Mines continue to connect for the moment. Marine's going to get down. Hatchery going to take damage again. The few Queens still stepping across. A couple more Zerglings are going to be dropping. Our Hatchery taking damage one more time, so a few more hits still coming through. Hatchery will fall. Again, the Queens are going to get jumped on over on the sides here. And continue to trade out with that. I mean, this hatch going down is not a good sign, and the Infestors popping up but not really having much to say or do about anything at the moment is really not ideal. It looks as though that this is already CLEM definitely establishing a pretty hefty advantage. And then you've got that Lurk Den on the way up from SCARLETT, but CLEM is just in a position where I think SCARLETT could potentially die before we even hit Hive and Lurk Den. There is a nice fungal growth that's going to slow down this drop on the side, but then Widow Mines are killing multiple Hydras at a time. That's absolutely great. We love to see that. A couple of Banshees turn back onto this hatch, so Hatchery will fall once more, and that will be that. Probably just going down and being denied. Hydras are going to step over. A couple Widow Mines being grabbed. The Banshees are going to end up escaping away. Another Widow Mine getting cleaned out here as well. The Marines getting caught in a fungal growth. The rest of this army still stepping forward. Hatchery taking damage. Lings and Hydras getting chased. Vestors are going to show up from the sides and try and drop down a fungal once again and just try and save the day with that. But I mean, CLEM is getting his way through the bases. He's working his way through to a point where SCARLETT's going to be in trouble. Widow Mines make fireworks as GG gets called. And that means that CLEM is the advantage player going into game number 2. That was really a disastrous start to this game for me. I really was just... That was just some bad casting. Honestly, I just... Everything I said was wrong, and like the more I talked about it, I was like, I'm actually just full of shit right now. Like, everything is just wrong. Yay. Alright. Best player right now by far versus semi-retired Zero. Sasha is not fair. I know, but it's fun to see SCARLETT play some games, right? We get some Zerg games. It's always fun to see SCARLETT. She's been playing a little bit lately, a little bit more than she had been, at least as far as I'm aware, so... I mean, CLEM was always going to be a difficult opponent, but... she had some fun games against, the games against JUMY I thought were pretty fun. The first one especially. Alright guys, game number 2. As we look to wrap up this Group C of the competition. And again, we'll be diving back into Group B after this as well. So just a little reminder that will be coming up. The Spirit versus... Which order are we going to do those in? Spirit versus Yakov first, and then Spirit versus Goblin after. So more TVZ and then a bit of TVP to round out the day is what is coming through. Go, and good luck. Let's click start. Let's get on into it. Alright. Pylon going to be coming up. Get this underway. And we will kick ourselves into this SCARLETT CLEM ZVT. In the bottom right hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Zerg player. It is SCARLETT. Taking on, in the other side, our red Terran CLEM. Trying to have a drink, guys. My throat's feeling a bit dry today. Come on, SCARLETT, win it for the old folks in the audience. Yeah. I've always enjoyed watching SCARLETT. Someone asked me my favorite players to watch. SCARLETT is definitely one of those players, actually. Like, she's always been a very entertaining player. She's always played some very fun play styles as well, you know. Yeah. But you always, I've always respected Scarlett's games, I think is a good way to say it too. She's always kind of been a little bit creative. She's never been afraid to get cheesy. She can play a pretty mean late game as well a lot of the time in the past, so... I think Scarlett was probably one of the most entertaining Zergs I've ever watched. Just thinking about it. Queensling's coming up, factor in the CC coming online. Reaper is going to be moving across as our hatchery goes down. Reaper will fight. I'm just seeing a couple of those Lingers getting attacked. A couple of Queensland drones continue to come over. You're going to be seeing the Reaper still poking away. CC in the factory coming about, the reactor coming online. And that single Zergling still just chasing forward for now. Is Tasia as well? Yeah, Tasia was always a great player to watch too. Again, super active, all over the map kind of player. I'm gonna go back and watch some Tasia games. Tasia's one of those players that really peaked before I ever got to cast him, you know? So... never really got... it's wild because obviously I went full time and like started Legacy of the Void or so. So while I casted a bit before then, I didn't cast a lot of the big guys very often. And so... yeah, players like Tasia are just the sort of players that I never really got to cast at all. But I have such a good memory of them as just kind of like watching their games, you know? Which is so different to like the modern day where most of my memories of StarCraft 2 at this point are often casting people, but... yeah. Double Queen's just going to fight against this Reaper as we're taking a trip down memory lane. Therotron coming up from Scarlett as well. A few drones and a couple of Queens will continue into play currently. And, yeah, we just got ourselves settled for a few moments. The Queen going to be there, push the Reaper away. Couple of overlords coming up. Hellions and the Reaper going to be there. Crypt Humor going down. It's the Queen pulling back as well. Tasia Innovation was the most exciting TVT you ever saw. On Newkirk Precinct, it's one of the all-time great matches of StarCraft 2. It's one of those matches where it's like, people just remember, you know? This is not one of those matches people will remember. I don't think anyone will think back to May the 11th in Group C of the WardiTV May tournament and remember the day that CLEM killed 19 of Scarlett's drones and won the game 10 minutes later, but... oh, alas, such is life. Pokken coming up, Banshee coming through, a couple of barracks and engineering bays coming about still. Obviously, this is going to be rough losing that many drones. Again, Clem is so aggressive with his Hellions. He will go diving through so frequently and oftentimes find so much success. You're going to remember this one, Laser? Yeah. Yeah. I'll ask you in a couple of years, mind. Careful. I'll remember out of spite if I have to. A couple of Banshees are gonna make their way over. I mean, at this point, any more drones going down is really a pain point for Scarlett, who is... the more drones you have to remake, the less chance you have to make units by the time Clem shows up with 1-1 and Stimpack, so... we'll get this going. Those extra drones still very much so on the way through. The couple of Banshees are gonna hit that hatchery. That hatchery is going to be dropping down here in the next few moments. Again, roach speed coming about. The evolution chambers coming online. 1-1 upgrades and that Stimpack coming over for the moment. And yeah, we got that roach speed and the evo chambers continue to come up. Hatchery coming through as well. So this is definitely not an ideal situation as Scarlett is in a ton of trouble. Banshee's obviously going to keep the roaches from doing anything as well. This is straight up bullying. Okay, I don't know if it's bullying, guys. Well, Clem's just very good, you know? Yeah, he's having a very good game, but like, he is also just very good, so, you know. I mean, we knew Scarlett was going to be a big underdog coming into this match no matter what. So... Couple Banshees hanging about as well. Do you see the tank and the few Marines join together? Armory halfway done, couple of refineries still coming online. Stepping through, a couple of queens getting jumped on. Gonna jump on this hatchery on the right side, gonna take that down immediately. Nice little catch. And the Marine's gonna turn around and actually jump onto a few of those roaches. And, well, I mean, just a fight where Clem can continue to trade. He's about to have 1-1, so these trades are about to start going even better for him. As Clem gonna get rid of the Spore Crawler here. And then the few roaches and the queens continue to move about as well. The missile upgrades and carapace coming through, the extra roaches coming up. And we do see those, turning around on the right side, those banshees getting pushed away. Infestor coming around as well currently. G2 upgrades, combat shield, all being brought out for the moment. The medevac's going to get turned around up that right side. Now this banshee's going to get rid of this hatch, and we get rid of this. Chi gets called, and Clem is going to get the 2-0 to finish up this group without dropping a map. Goes to Korea. Looks pretty darn good in Korea. Be excited to see how he progresses while practicing in Korea for the upcoming, however long he's there, I imagine a week or two. So yeah, GG's. GG's. Alrighty guys, that's going to wrap up Group C, but obviously we do have the games from Group B yesterday to finish up. So we've got Spirit versus Yakov and Spirit versus Goblin still to go. So we'll be diving into those in just a couple of moments. Perfect, just to let the casters know we're going to be hopping over to Europe to host those replays. So we still, again, have a couple more best of threes coming for you guys as we just go through the final matches that came out of Group B yesterday. So getting into that in a few moments. As, yeah. Alright, get that settled. Run some ads, make some money. Make sure we make our cash in on our Clem paycheck. Clem shows up, viewers go up, we run ads, we become rich. Fantastic business model. Oh, I love it when I lag out of trying to log into EU. That's a classic, isn't it? That's always a classic. Okay, okay. Try and log in again. Looked out this time. Much better. Righty, give me a second, guys. So I guess been confused with the replays. Looks good. All right. I'm gonna be starting up on Persephone for games coming up. So we're gonna be going Persephone to start off this series and matches between Yakov and Spirit. Love it. Alright, give me 1 second. Perfecto. Does anyone want to join us for the Spirit Games? Oh, he's doing the 2v2 tournament. Cool. Alright. Okay, let's go into this these games then, guys. Let's get this going. Going to kick off in Persephone for game number 1 of this best of 3 between Spirit and Yakov. So again, a couple of matches from Group B. We just moved these to today because they got pre-played anyways. They were already replays. And it just meant it was a little bit easier for us to, yeah, just split the days up basically. So I'll get this on the go as we are going to get ourselves straight in. Let's get into game number 1 of this best of 3. So starting up here on Persephone. As in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, we are going to have ourselves the blue Terran player. This is going to be Spirit. And he takes on the red Zerg in the top left corner of the map. We've got Yakov. So the standings of this group right now is that Spirit is... So first of all, Percival went 3-0. So he gets out of the group in first place, guaranteed. And then Goblin is 1-1, Spirit 0-1, and Yakov 0-2. So Yakov must win to potentially force a 3-way tiebreaker. Where basically if he beats Spirit and then Spirit beats Goblin, there would be a 3-way tiebreaker potentially. So Yakov must win to stay in it. Spirit, if he wins, kind of eliminates Yakov and then pretty much just plays a winner goes to the playoffs matchup against Goblin. So that's where we are at, and that's how things are looking as we get into game number 1 of this best of 3. We'll follow this Overlord for lack of any more exciting action for the first few moments. And again, this is just a return to Group B from yesterday, guys. So again, just to make sure everyone is on the same page, this is just a step back into the final matches of yesterday's group. Love it. Alright, Overlord coming down the map. Obviously, Hatch, Gas, and Pool on the way up. May take a few moments to get settled in. The barracks on the way. SCV coming through. Get going for the moment as the Overlord continues out down to the south. And the Reaper's going to be on the way from Spirit, so no real surprises there. He does put a CC down in the low ground as well. Percival pop him off, gotta watch later. Percival games were actually really fun as well. I actually loved all of his games. I mean, okay, I didn't love his TVP so much because his TVP was kind of painful to watch, but it was actually very fun to watch his games overall. I think it was just, I was kind of tired yesterday, and I was like, man, this game should really be over, and it just wasn't. It was one of those games, you know? So definitely an interesting time as we have this Reaper starting to make its way up to the top side of the map. Ling speed, Lings, Queens on the way in. Gonna bring those straight across. And this Reaper gonna be arriving up here over the next couple of moments. Getting in toward this base and getting into some positions. There's a couple of Lings gonna come and try and fight out. Obviously the Reaper would like to try and get some damage done. See a couple of Zerglings will continue to take some nibbles. Again, Marine Factory Command Center continue to come through. Little grenade going down. A couple of drones gonna get bopped over to the sides. Quinn will come out and fight. Reaper will take some shots. The Zergling's going to be there. And yeah, a couple of CCs still very much so being brought into play right now with that factory. Finishing up in a few moments as well. So just triple CC out of Spirit. So no surprises from him. Triple command center. Super standard, super normal. Actually, Overlord here in some trouble as we lift the barracks up to get the kill on that Overlord. So a little bit of a unique play. You don't always do this. You get the Overlord, which is nice to disrupt the Zerg early, but it disrupts your build as well, because it means that your barracks is not building the add-on, which which would typically be coming into play at this point. So you're going to be kind of down an add-on, which can sometimes be a little bit impactful as well. So little things to watch for here and to keep our eyes on. As Reaper actually coming back up, grenade, and would like to get that creep tumor if possible. Zerglings turn the other way. Reaper going to help push them back in that direction. Again, CC and the Starport continue to come online as well. Just going to see the Reaper wants to hop back up into the main base for the moment. So again, get back up over there. Nicely done. CC building, a couple SCVs and the Hellions on the way out also. Tech Lab being added on. Drones and Queens all in production right now. Creep Tumor is still being processed. You know, we've got a depot out over on this side, so it's going to be starting the wall off back at home too as the Hellion and Banshee play sets up. So a very safe way of opening from Spirit. The Banshees especially gives you multi-uses, right? A, you can obviously harass. B, you can obviously bring those Banshees around as a good point of defense as well. This is really the catch of everything built in this matchup, right? The only thing that Hellion Banshee is really bad to is like 2-base muta, but like 2-base muta kind of sucks, so no one does that anyway. Like, it's very hard to go wrong going Hellion Banshee in the early stages of a TVZ, so good way to start off. And we're going to start getting into that right now. There's a couple Marines actually going to find that Overlord to attack here as well. It's kind of nice. It's not really super out of position or anything. It's just these Marines are very far forward on the map. However, the Zerglings are going to get the catch, and they are going to go and successfully get rid of those couple Marines. So Overlord safe. Nice from Yakov to step forward and kind of stand up for himself. As an armory comes through here from Spirit, so he's going to look to go in towards some Hellbats now. That's already a little bit of a different approach here as well to typical expectations. It's something we've been seeing mixed in a little bit recently. The Hellbats kind of being added on as like a different way to kind of harass early and so we're going to see that a little. We're going to see our second Banshee pop in, and yeah, some Banshee Hellbat attack. It is going to be Bio straight behind it as well, though. Stimpak's on the way, the additional barracks are on the way. It's not even going to be that many more Hellions than usual. It's just going to be 8 because we kind of want to spend the minerals on the barracks to kind of get set up for the future. This first Banshee actually going to be coming through and getting some shots off on the Queen, and then the Hellions getting some shots as well. So first Queen going down quickly. We are going to start morphing Banes. It was Banelings but Nest before anything else, so Banes will be available to help us against these Hellbats as they try and move into this mineral line and hunt those Queens and potentially some drones as well. The Zerglings looking for the wraparound here. Not going to happen just yet as the Banshee comes back over, and the Lings looking to try and stop those Hellbats going any further. Let the Banelings connect. They did good enough, because now the Queens will get there. The Hellbats will take more damage. Banshee's going to turn back around and try and run away. We lose one. We might lose a second here as well. Do not love that for Spirit, because I do not feel like that was necessary. However, it has left a couple of Hellbats alive in the natural, which did end up getting some drone kills. So Spirit are getting some value out of this in the end. Otherwise, it was a pretty good shutdown from Yakov, who resource loss is a little bit worse off. If he just hadn't lost those few drones, I actually think this would have been really fine for him. But alas, a few drones did go down. Now counterattacking with this group of Zerglings across to the other side, so we'll see if they can find anything. There's a few SCVs are there, there's an open wall off, and there's only a single Marine in the natural, so we're going to get a bunch of SCVs in return. Yakov going to strike hard. Third base is open to attack. Bunch of fresh mules on that third base as the Lings will hit a natural full of Marines now, so nothing else to be done there. But all these mules wasting mining time. 12 SCVs dead in total as the third is still under attack. 14 SCVs dead. The Ling counterattack is absolutely marvelous on the side of Yakov, able to come through, do so much damage, and that is just going to put Spirit right back in his place. Down 16 workers in this game. I'm going to be feeling pretty miserable after what was an okay-ish Hellbat attack, right? Like, it wasn't terrible, it wasn't great. It was kind of middle of the road. It feels very bad having given up all those units now for the Ling and counterattack to immediately have success. It's always one of the issues when you give the Hellions, right? Counterattacks are something you don't have a lot of units against. Your Marine count takes a little bit of time to build up because you've been building the barracks. Your other barracks have been on a tech lab, so it's just single Marines for a while. You just don't have that kind of number of Marines at first, and that does open the door for those Lings to get through and to do well. We'll go to the healing shrine and get some heals. Nothing too crazy. And so just one Marine that was kind of low, and they will wait for the medevacs to show up and start to try and push a little bit. Obviously, we do have Stim. We're moments away from +1/+1 in Combat Shield. We have Carapace upgrade finishing from Yakov, so that's going to be something he's going to try and rely on here to help him out as he runs in for the surround. Those Lings getting the wraparound on the Marines. They get lifted back into the medevacs, and so far, it's going to get pushed back. I do like this, unloading on the healing shrine, because it's going to bring the Marines back up to health without using medevac energy. It's kind of interesting. If you fight a lot of the time in TVZ, oftentimes one of the big downsides is that you actually end up losing out and you don't actually have a way to really kind of keep healing the Marines because the medevac energy is so heavily drained. In this situation, you actually use the healing shrine to keep some of the medevac energy up. If you do that consistently through the game, it's not easy to do, but if you did, it could actually have a significant kind of shift on how things turn out. Which is very interesting to think about. Like, healing shrines are the kind of thing, addition to maps, which I feel like are not going to be fully figured out for such a long time. Spirit continues to try and push up right now. A few Lings get turned away. The Queen going to be dropping some crew, but that gets denied immediately. Extra Banelings are morphing in right now. Can we do anything with this? As the first tank starter gets sieged up here, and this Attacker Spirit gets into full swing. 8 racks on the 3 bases. And you see Siege Tank and 2-2 coming up as well, as Yakov definitely going to be in desperation defense mode right now. Who isn't when Spirit is 8 racks and up the map against you? I mean, we are counterattacking with a few Zerglings once again. They go straight across to the other side. And they're going to start finding a couple of units here and there, so they'll try and find some value. Siege Tank getting caught in the natural as well. They do finish off the tank. That's going to be about it for them at the moment. Check back in on the other side as Spirit continues to set up here, and Yakov is actually starting to pull his units straight in, so we're going to go see the fight. It's all from one direction, though. I feel like if Yakov wants to fight this, he should be coming in from the left as well. I mean, it's difficult because of the walls and so, and the ledges, but it's still something you can work on as we work our way through those rocks, maybe open up that passageway as a path to maybe get a better engagement here at a later point of this game. Bane's still coming about. 2 drones going down, 5 workers going down, Marines on the top side going to go after an Overlord, going to be able to grab that. Bane's just going to come rolling through as well, the Marine's going to lift off, back away, +1 missiles, +2 carapace coming up, the Hive on the way, additional Hive coming by. Just going to still see the 2-2 upgrades coming about here as well from Spirit, so again we get all of that up and running. Marine tank still pressing forward as well. Bane Hydra going to run through, going to get on towards those Marines, get on towards that siege tank, going to get a little bit of a cleanup already. Good job there. A couple of the tanks just kind of left alone, some units in the back taking some of the attention, so if nothing else, they did kind of pull Spirit back a little bit as Yakov continues to just try and hang on in here. Hive coming through. We'll see what he wants to build off of the Hive. One of the things he has done is at least remove a lot of the siege tanks. Now, 2 new ones are arriving, but at least you've removed some of the chokehold that Spirit was holding on this position. Those tanks were obviously a major part of that. Counterattack again, going to grab a few Marines, and Yakov trying to find as much value as possible. The Hydras, the Banes, continue to gather together just currently. You're going to dive on forward. Siege tank gets jumped on again. A couple of Banes actually got to connect there too. These Lings on the other side going to get cancelled on the base. So if Spirit was looking to transition into a 4th base to kind of continue through in this game, that's now going to be heavily delayed as that is a successful denial on the other side of the map. So that is a success story. That is a big win there on the side of Yakov. So some success for him. He takes a 5th base to the left side as well, setting that up over here. A couple extractors will come down as we try and double down on that base as well. A couple of burrowed banelings like that. Unfortunately, Spirit seems to be aware, and so the burrowed banes will not connect as we scan them down, and we get rid of those immediately. And the rest of the Lingbane Hydra wanting to try and make a little bit of a jump forward. The Baneling's going to try and reach. The tank shot's firing. Ling's taking some damage. 3-3 upgrades coming through. The cloaking coming up. On the left-hand side, we do see Spirit starting to split some units apart, so we can actually jump in toward that hatchery. I'm going to try and go exactly for that right now, as the hatchery will go down. So 5th base will not be allowed. Spirit making sure that Yakov gets slowed to stay on 4 bases, just as he's been forced to stay on 3 bases because of the Zerg counterattacks. Well, Banelings do get to connect this time around, so some connections going through and succeeding. +3/+3 upgrades, +2 missiles and melee upgrades. So all about the attacking units as we do get to Lurkers. And with Lurkers out, Yakov may just stabilize long enough for this game to get to a whole new stage and system from what we've been seeing previously. Hatchery goes down here again. That is definitely an issue. But Yakov can kind of split across and defend this more easily now with Lurkers defending elsewhere. He can send bigger chunks of his army around to deal with the drops and so on, so this becomes less of a problem than it was before. But definitely an improvement on the cards. Nidus Network coming up is about halfway done. The +2 missiles coming through. The melee upgrade still building. 3-3 engineering bays coming up as well. They'll finish shortly as the Lingbane Hydra runs on down. It's going to turn about. That siege tank going to get grabbed. As his entire army is actually going to get grabbed pretty much, and Spirit is going to get pushed all the way back. Suddenly Yakov is going to be an offensive Zerg with Lurkers in play. Now the first few ghosts are coming up, so we are going to have some ghosts here to help out. I'm not sure if I love Yakov attacking in right now. The Lurkers get burrowed, but they're too far away to really do much of anything. Those ghost snipes definitely scared him into a bit of a panic kind of resolve as to what he was going to do there. Another tank shot or so. Lurkers still taking hits. We go into Vipers behind this, which is a nice additional bit of tech that's going to go a long way to helping you out. Definitely a necessity at this point of time. I like these queens. Going to transfuse some of the Lurkers back up. Why the hell not? Use that queen energy. You have some reasonable creep spread still down the center of the map, although that doesn't go everywhere, right? It's really only one strip, which is... It's nice to have. It'd be nice to have a little bit more like creep here, for example. Creep here would be really good. Give you some more of these pathways of safety, and then also pathways to counterattack down as well. So, would maybe like to see that, but I don't feel like we're missing it too badly. Thing Lurker still moving through. rocks. Lurkers are going to come forward right now. And get burrowed up and going to start working their way through. So this Nidus is actually pretty effective. Getting the Lurkers just across the map aggressively. Didn't have to be anywhere kind of like in the base, just kind of outside the base and giving them a chance to get over there. Now going to swing down the right side with Ling Lurker as well. So this army is going to make a move onto this bottom right-hand corner. So that's going to be effective as well. A couple of ghosts lined up, the snipes going after the Overseer. Well, Lurker's going to be sniped again. The rest of these ghosts going to get straight onto that Nidus. And again, more Ling Hydra Lurker. Guess what? It's right here and it's right now as they attack straight on through. We're going to be seeing a couple of Vipers get knocked away at the Hydras. Flyer Lurkers continue to be chased. +3 missiles, +3 carapace, all underway. And again, the Vipers are going to be scooting out of there right now as well. Ghost still producing. +1 vehicle weapons coming up. We got a few more Lurkers morphing in. Again, 3-3 upgrades coming through with that. Overseers coming about. The SCVs, Medevac and Siege Tank building as well. Even more of this army, just a few Lings kind of setting up on the left-hand side. The Bio on the right comes through and grabs a hatch over here. The rest of these Lings coming forward. A couple Lurkers get burrowed. Lings will continue, and we will make our way toward that set of rocks, opening that up. Now the rest of this Bio coming by. Going to try and hit the hatchery in the top side. Lurkers burrow again. Going to turn this away for the moment. These Lings on the other side continue to put some work through as the Knight is coming down. Ling's going to try and go after the factory as the bunker will go after the Zerglings as well. It's a lot of Lings kind of just dying in this counterattack, though. I feel like they're not being as effective as they would really want to be. Obviously, Spirit getting rid of that top right base. Yakov really struggling to get a 5th base up, right? I mean, he's got this one now mining, but not really allowed to have this one. Spirit's doing a great job of continuing to deny bases. And Yakov on the other side is continuing to look to deny bases himself and potentially start threatening the production, because if he gets into that main base, well, then the production's in a lot of trouble. Knight is coming up nearby, so we have an evacuation route planned. Are we just going to go full base trade mode? I think we are, because Spirit's obviously continuing across his side, his opponent's side of the map. Lurkers are starting to push in, like I say, much more aggressively, on top of the production. For some reason, we've got a bunker over here. I don't know if that's just an anti-Nidus bunker, but it's now going to act as one of our final defenses of the main base. It's not going to stop the Lurkers, but hey, it might make them take a couple more seconds, and at this point we take anything we can get. 14 SCVs going down, obviously on the other side the Bio's still putting in work. Yakov is not got a lot of bases remaining, where Spirit does still have the bases elsewhere, so I think that's one of the big issues right now in this game, is that we're kind of seeing that kind of disparity, and Yakov losing a lot here as the Ghosts come back and play cleanup. Yakov's on 46 army supply, Spirit's 85, and I think this game may just be kind of coming to a Spirit-favored close. Pretty well, though. I mean, Yakov just 2 bases left, trying to rebuild the 3rd hatchery. A couple of Vipers chasing Medevacs as well. Spirit's going to respect it, too. He's going to back the hell away. He's not going to throw himself in unprepared. He's going to try and make sure he can do everything he can. We actually get a couple of fairly full Medevacs there, so that's nice, but it's a long way from what we need. I mean, you can build bases all over as Yakov, but there's so much work to be done right now. And I just don't know if we really get a chance to put all of that work into play, to be honest. A couple of Medevacs still coming through. The Ghost and Marine coming up. Extra hatcheries coming online. Just the Lings, the Lurkers even morphing, so Yakov had a bit of a bank. So has some gas in the bank especially to kind of make use of, so try and get some value there is one of the better things we can aim for at the moment. Yeah, the Ghost will finish shortly. Marauder Medevac still coming through, a couple factories coming up. The Spirit can just really afford to do as he wishes, so again, he's in a very comfortable spot right here in this opening game. Remember that Spirit is 0-1 in the group currently, with his last 2 matches involving him, so really does need to get wins on the board in this group to get some better spots, I imagine. I will knock down some creep. Is going down. Again, CC coming up out of barracks, tech labs, drones, and a couple of hatcheries coming in as well. All of that being produced right here. It's going to be seeing our Overseer coming back along as well. Medevac's load up. A couple of those Medevac's going to go boosting off over to the sides. And again, a couple libs, the tank. The Marine Marauder Ghost continues to build through for the moment. Going to go and unload into the other side very shortly. So drop setting of Yakov. The thing is as things calm down, Spirit benefits so much because he just has the bases already set up. So while Yakov has to rebuild from the ground up, Spirit's already kind of on the third floor. You know, like he already had the bases set up. He had to replace some of his production and stuff maybe, but he's really focused on rebuilding army. Whereas Yakov's been replacing the foundations to play from. And that's kind of the issue, right? So, Yakov's been replacing those foundations and not mining from those foundations during this time. He's not been able to focus anywhere near as much on kind of building and producing his own army. Now a couple of Hydras come through, and they're going to be met immediately by a group of units that are just going to say, "Nuh-uh, you get the hell away from here." Meanwhile, the Bio shows up on the left-hand side, gets rid of that hatchery, so hatchery going down. Drones peel away over to the edges, so they're going to get pulled out of here too. Again, just Spirit kind of back to what he was doing earlier, but this time Yakov's got way less to really fight back with and to kind of pounce back on. With a couple of, with a scan, he would be able to very easily remove some of these libs, but looks like he wants even more libs sieged up before those lurkers get scanned, so I think that was the idea from Spirit here. It's going to deny another base of the Zerg, trying to come online. And yeah, maxed out, what was it maxed out Spirit? We'll continue to push on forward. Army supplies are looking good. Did I just miss some of the army going down? I feel like I missed something, guys. That's where it was supposed to be maxed. Does continue up the right. Where did Spirit Supply go? Yeah, I'm not crazy, right? I feel like he lost a bunch on the left side, and I missed it. All right, so I've missed something here, guys. Apologies, we see the Bio going to come back over the left-hand side. The hatchery is going to get jumped on. He lost the ghosts, yeah. My apologies, just missed that in amongst everything else. The Wardy observing strikes again. We do get rid of this hatchery as Hydra step over. I mean, no ghosts against this kind of an army comp is a little problematic. Now, we do still have 12 ghosts at home. He's lost 24 in the game, so he's definitely lost some. I have to go check back about 20 minutes when this game ends just to double check, because I feel like I missed something a little bit, guys. I do apologize. General Clan's coming up, the Lurk is coming through. Spirit gets remaxed, and I mean, still obviously maxed out here against. I mean, yeah, Yakov is doing well to kind of be on a competitive-sized army at least, but Zerg versus Terran does not work on this kind of setup. Like with Zerg versus Terran, you need to have the money behind armies like this to rebuild, because that's just how the matchup works. And Spirit's the one with all the bases now. These things are going to run in the right side. They're going to hit the gold. It's obviously very cool. So gold going down. I mean, Snipe's just going crazy as the ghosts get put to work right now. Right side got rid of a ton of the SCVs. Obviously, Planetary Fortress will live through, but no SCVs remaining. Adrenal Glands coming up as Yakov looks for any way to improve his army towards the tail end. Still competitive, man. Like, he's still standing up in this. He's still making a little bit of a statement, isn't he? Refusing to go down easily. Absolutely fighting until the absolute bitter end. Headed back up over here. He's going to get caught, and the Hydras turn this away. I just gather another hatchery comes through. Just going to set that up as well. General Clan's about to finish. 24 more Zerglings in production. CC going to drop down in the next moment or two as well. So again, just get that set up. Ghost building. Marine Marauder on the way. Stack up to the top right side. That's going to be seeing those ghosts coming straight through. The hatchery going to get jumped on. The hatchery will go down. So hatchery will fall. Those Broodlands going down. Ling Hydra Lurker coming across the map. The CC lifts off. So once again, Yakov always trying to avoid that main army, always looking for the counterattacks and catching some of these units, right? And just kind of, taking advantages from catching a few of these units, if nothing else. Yeah, great point in the chat. No Banelings, no problem. Yeah, without the Valens, you don't really ever scare this army into having to, like, pull back and, like, relocate and split properly right. You can kind of just stand there and take the trades a lot of the time, so that's a good point, something that's maybe missing from Yakov, which I don't think he could really afford, so it makes sense. Continues to dive up into this main base, and he will make his way through here, and he will grab the production, but again, these right side, bottom right bases of Spirit are such a stronghold, and both times we've entered some kind of a base trade, it's the fact that the bottom right and these right side bases exist. That is really the issue for Yakov, because if those weren't there, the first base trade would have been brilliant. But yeah, having so much economy remaining, having, you know, some of your production over here as well. It's not a lot, he's going to rebuild a lot of it, but, you know, just having somewhere to rebuild the production too can be a huge factor as we come through in no detection, so the ghosts just get kills without issue. And obviously, once again, we're seeing Yakov reduced down to very few bases in this game. This is the second time he's going to be down on like a two-base Zerg. It's kind of wild that he built back into this in the first place, to be honest. Hydras and the Lurkers come back across. We will just see the extra barracks, like I say, building another Ghost Academy to make sure that we still have access to rebuild Ghosts if needed. Spirit is pretty rich, and obviously is looking good here as lets the Lings maybe force a little bit of friendly fire more than should have been the case, but Yakov has had moments in this game where the Lurkers have been very scary, but I think we're just quite a little bit beyond that point right now. Hatchery and the Natural will go down. Hydra's still pushing, Orbital Command will drop, Missile Turrets, and Sun's Tower and all the rest continue to get picked away at as well. I mean, this is Yakov on some final legs. I mean, his army supply is still not terrible. It's 60 to 80, but again, the quality of the army of your opponent is kind of huge at this stage as well, just having so many ghosts. So we're going to scan, we're going to start sniping. We've got more than enough snipes just to kill everything pretty much. We're going to snipe all those Hydras. You can't actually deal enough damage in time. We actually got a sneaky little fungal growth coming up. I think we then need a scan to finish off these last few Lurkers, but that was the final stand of Yakov, and this game will be called GG as Yakov drops out. I want to see where that supply went to Spirit. We missed something, guys, something major. Well, I just didn't take note in my brain that Spirit lost so much. Like right here, he's like 160 to 111. Right, 160 to 120, 180 to 110, 180 to 130, 190. 200, 200. Yeah. Oh, there. Right there. You just walk into Lurkers with all the like... Something just happened right there. Did you just walk into a bunch of Lurkers? Oh my... Oh no, my god! No! Oh my god! Holy shit! Okay. Like, let's be fair then, because this happened... This took like a second, and it was just in like the middle of the map. It just kind of looked like you were wandering across the map, and I'm just like, where did it go? Like, we didn't miss like a major fight or something. I was thinking like maybe borrowed Banelings or something. He walked every single ghost into those Lurkers. Holy... Oh, we need to go back like 2 more seconds. Watch it one more time, guys. My god. Like, oh, you know what? I don't even feel bad about missing that, because like, I don't know. I think we were just watching this up here, and like, this doesn't look like it's about to be a fight. And then it was just... Yeah. And they just all disappeared. The whole position Lurkers deadly. So many ghosts, like 50 supply of ghosts just dead. You guys were right. He lost a lot of ghosts right there. Holy shit. That's crazy. Bad observer. Yeah. I'm not a good observer, guys. I've never claimed to be. Not when I'm casting and streaming as well. Alright, we're gonna go torches for map number 2. Jesus. Damn, that's wild. You know, I'm so glad we went back to check, because like in my head it was like, this just didn't make sense. And for a good reason, yeah, that we needed an explanation. Alright, we're just gonna take a moment here, guys, and then we'll jump into game number 2. Give us a second. The French guys said the exact same thing, by the way. The French guys were like, we also missed it. And there's 2 of those guys, okay? And one of those was a professional observer for years. So you guys hate on my observing, but there you go. Oh, yeah. They missed it, too. That was really something. That's probably the most epic lurker ambush you've ever seen. Yeah. It really would have been a great one to catch at the time, wouldn't it? Jeez, the supply just disappeared. Well, in the end, the results still remained the same. I mean, it definitely kept Yakov in it. I was so confused as well. I was like, man, Spirit was like up like 60 supply the entire time, and like now it's even. I was like, what happened? I was like, we were watching a drop, but we didn't see any major fight. Like, it was just over so fast that, you know what I mean? That's the greatest thing, is like it was over so fast that there was just no evidence that it ever happened. The perfect ambush. The perfect ambush. Alright, guys. Heading into torches for map 2. Love that we got a little bit of a different map coming up here. I love that Yakov put up such a great fight as well. Another long game in Group B. Jeez, I'm actually glad we didn't do all these games live. I think I would have been a little bit tired yesterday because, man, we had there's so many long games in Group B. Crazy. Alright, I'm going to jump into torches here in just a couple of moments. As we have ourselves in the top right, the blue Terran player who is going to be taking the 1-0 lead after having all of his ghosts mass executed and then bringing them back and still winning the game. This is Spirit. Up against the red Zerg in the bottom right-hand corner, we have got ourselves Yakov. That's one of those moments where, like, you got to think as well, like, how do you feel as the player right there? It's like, you're pretty sure you got this game on lockdown. It's pretty good for you, pretty solid. You're really kind of killing it. And then it's just like, you lose 20 plus ghosts in, like, 3 seconds, and you're just like, because that's the moment where it's like, you don't know if it's still going to be okay, right? Like, you do not know it's going to be all right at all, right? This could be absolute disaster from here on out. This could be it. This could be your game just over. Done. So yeah, that's a terrifying moment for Spirit. Is Yakov no longer young? No, he seems to have leveled up. He removed the young from his name on the European server, it seems. He still has young Yakov as a name on NA, but on Europe, he's just Yakov. Just Yakov. A lot of people getting rid of the little prefixes of their name. For JUMY just became JUMY. You know, young Yakov, now Yakov. In 3 years, he's going to be old Yakov, yeah. Yakovs actually have a very short life cycle, guys. So yeah, it doesn't take long for him to go from young to just regular to old Yakov. Gonna start mining out these gold minerals early so we can get over to this right-hand side triangular third. That's interesting because it puts the expansion toward the Terran, but it does kind of protect your main from drops a little bit, but then it also introduces like potential drop between the third and the main base, or Banshees to kind of ping-pong from there very easily, so... At the same time, you don't want a Terran to set up behind that gold minerals with tanks and then just continue to attack into your natural with Marines, so maybe just taking that base has got some benefits to it. I think in general, though, Zergs, when I first saw this map, I thought Zerg's going to love just expanding through the bottom and just away from the Terran players. So yeah, interesting that Yakov picks this location to expand to early, puts that hatchery down, and that will be his early choice here in this game as the Reaper shows up, pokes about a little bit. He's going to leave. Doesn't actually check the right side, didn't even see the minerals mined out. So as he comes to the left, he's going to be like, wait, no third hatchery? Might be a mild spike of panic from Spirit as he's like, why haven't you got a third base? And we pull this Reaper back up to the top. Apparently he's just going to even bring it back home for now. Spirit is once again triple CCing, so he's going to go into the 3 command centers and just that kind of mass economy once more. So that's going to be his game plan for a couple of moments as the Reaper gathers up. Drones coming through, command center building. Queen and a few more drones coming about as well. This Hellions building on the factory. Some extractors will come down also. So again, hatch, gases. Gas is a little bit late here, right? So not going to be having any fast lane speed playing that gas. Let's open it. I think this might just be more of a case of he just wants to build roaches off this position and just push up the right side of the map. He will need to open up these gold mineral lines to do that, though. I do think that's probably one of the ideas that he's got here. And just playing those roaches wants to kind of, again, use that forward base to kind of accelerate onto the map a little bit, perhaps. Lord peeling over to the side just for a second or two. And again, Banshee on the way, Cloaking on the way. A couple of these SCVs are coming out as well. A lot of progress being made as the roaches continue in production. We get the Queen in production. Okay, Hellions will join up in the center. Man setting up as well. Hellions, Banshee, Cloaking, Armory, all coming up. Tipo on the way through. And this single Zergling of Yakov just going to move to the middle of the map a little bit for now. Playing the drones. Coming up for the moment. Distractors on the way as well. Italian's just staying back. Spirit never confirmed that base on the other side, so I feel like he's just being very cautious here. He's done, again, Armory a second time. Obviously, this time if he's against Roaches, the Armory and the Hellbats are unlikely to do much. Banshees will keep you somewhat safe against a Roach counterattack, but just, again, just attacking with the Hellbats in here is going to be less likely than normal to find much damage at all, so that's definitely going to be a little bit of a problem as the Hellions get through for a couple of Crypt Tumors. Going to make a third one off to the side as well. They're finishing shortly. Overlord's on the way. Evolution Chamber's coming up. There we go. Hellions now morph into the Hellbats, so we're going to bring those straight into play. The Banshee stepping forward and starting to get on top of a couple of those Queens. Queen's taking some damage. Now we've got the Roaches coming back around. The Hellbat's going to try and get back onto that as well. So just going to go straight through for this. Continue to play it up at the moment. Just going to be seeing these Hellbats still fighting. A couple of Queens that's shooting. Hellbats still going strong, but as strong as they can, I guess. But I mean, reality is you've got, again, Roaches here, so the build just does not really work too well against it, and it's going to be a good little bit of a shutdown for the moment as the Hellbats continue to chase. Still looking for those drones. And that will be that. Well, defense made by Yakov, 3 drones going down, and now 8 army supply against 33. The Roaches immediately start going across the map, so we're going to try and get something done. Now, the Banshees are still alive, so we do still have 2 Banshees defensively, and that will stop a lot of what Yakov would like to try and do here. Starts up the Nidus as well, though. Definitely wants to find some, heavy pressure, and right now finds a 3rd CC that's just down on the low ground. A couple of SCVs already on it, AFK, and they get denied. The Banshees show up. We can just get the Nidus and Queens across the map here. The defense disappears, but obviously by the time we do that, there'll be a tank out. That might be a bit of a safer situation all around. Surprised that the Spirit kind of brought the same build a second time in a row. I feel like he did okay-ish with it last time, and then kind of still ended up not great because of the counterattack. This time the situation was even worse. I mean, you see the lack of a 3rd base initially and stuff as well, and just wonder if maybe we should have never committed to this, you know? Obviously, coming across to give it a little bit of an eye on what is happening as the Terran's going to pull a few SCVs off and away to repair the Banshees, so getting those healthy. So we are just kind of roaching it up the sides. The Nidus network goes into the main base. SCVs are going to pull as a response. The Queens are slow walking up to the front. Again, we really need these Queens because they are going to be what can actually deal with this, this Banshee-based defense, which is a big part of the defense right now. Nidus is denied in the main. It's actually took a lot of the Marines and the tanks away. So they're not going to be at the front. So the 3rd base will lift up and back away for now. Maybe just take it up over here, further for the Zerg to walk to attack. As Yakov has got a supply block on Spirit as well at the moment, so supply block Spirit loses the refinery that was on the low ground from before. Not sure he can really attack up here. He will try and profile that first tank. Good unsiege. And he actually nearly loses the medevac that he lifts up into, but very good save from Spirit. 9 times out of 10 that tank dies. And he realized that it just was not worth leaving it siege, and that he actually had a chance to unsiege it and pull it away before the corrosive piles hit. So that's actually a very good job from Spirit. Good bit of micro to protect one of his units that he wouldn't have been otherwise protecting. Bane Nest, Infestation Pit, Roaches all continuing up. On the right-hand side, those Ravagers are going to come around with the Roaches. Marines are going to be there. A couple corrosive vials, and the Marines get turned away. couple Banshees showing up as well. They're going to start jumping onto some of that Roach Ravager once more. And the Roach Ravager going to decide to turn back around and turn into this Marine Force again. Tank shots are looking good. The Roach is taking a little bit of a beating. Roach is still taking a few more shots here, and again, that's the issue with the Banshees overhead. Not being able to get rid of those means that they are a constant defense against your Roaches in this game. Switching into melee, into kind of, well, melee units, but no melee upgrades. Lingbane is on the way up right now as we're looking to accompany this Roach Ravager with something a little bit better in these later stages. Marine showing up, Extractor taking some hits, and nice little push back down on the other side of the map. Again, with so many of the Roaches just going down to the Banshees, this army is struggling, and we've had 17 kills on the Banshees. The tanks look great against the Roaches right now, too. It doesn't really feel like Yakov has anything of an answer to this pressure of spirit at the moment, so having a bit of a bad time. As this hatchery is a moment away from dying, and it will fall. They have got a base to the bottom side of the map instead. Roaches is going to dive forward and take the opportunity to just jump on top of the siege tanks, and we will get there, and we will clean up the rest of the army too. So Yakov pushes back, but only after the third base falls. But with that lack of a third, we're going to be in a little bit of a more troublesome position than we might have been beforehand. Going to build the base bottom left. I mean, to be fair, to me, that's exactly why that base was a rough one to take in the first place, because it's just so easy for the Terran to push into. Now just denied again, and the main base does absolutely nothing. Yeah, like, I mean, just why do we take this base in the first place? Why do we try and take this rather than just going third base, fourth base? Maybe again because he wants to push with Roach Ravager reinforcements from that location onwards, but now the Terran player takes this higher ground third base as well. I feel like that means that these bases are so close together, we're going to see a consistent push of the Terran aiming down the right-hand side. And the best part is you can kind of come through this gold mineral line, which means you have kind of a choke point to run back to and to help you out. Ally upgrade and Overlord speed both building into play currently. Extra Lings coming up, the Queen on the way through as well. Next couple of Marines just going to go and jump onto the Nidus network. As Ling Roach heads up through the center as well. Going to get rid of a Marine already. Going to be able to grab that. And a few Marines on the right side still gathering together too. Two upgrades coming about. Got our medevac, some Marines unloading into the main. A little bit of a Ling Roach counter is actually nice. Going to find the engineering base, force the SCVs off the line. We are going to lose this base once again. I mean, I think that's fine right now because you've still got the bottom left bases, so I don't care for that as much as I cared for it before when it was the third base. Now there's still 4 bases just across the bottom of the map. Drop into the main, and the spawning pool is obviously going to be a big problem. That's a dead pool. That's dead adrenal glands, so no upgrades there. We're still doing well over here. I thought this was actually going to be cleaned up, but a few Lings are in the mineral line, and SCVs are dropping. We'll eventually get pulled back, but man, it was actually much more effective than it initially seemed it would be. Rebuilds this hatchery. Hatchery has this hatch in the center as well, so I really feel like this hatch on the right side, like, okay, sure, why not retake it? But yeah, even more reason to not really care so much that I just got denied and picked off. As a few more creep teamers go down, the Marines continue to stem up, creep continues to fall, the Overseer going to take some hefty damage. 2 upgrades about to finish, the Roach Ravager still joining together for the moment. Our Viper's coming up. And yeah, Marine's going to dive in on the left, right side again. How many times can we kill one base in the game? Well, this time it won't fall. But I don't think that's going to necessarily stop it from going down again in the future still. Sorry guys, my headset's out of my head today. It's a bit rumbling. I came from the mic there a little bit, sorry. Well, I mean, like I said, at least this time the hatchery lives. We can mine from it for a little bit, send some drones there straight away, it seems. I wonder if part of the idea from Yakov as well is that if he mines a lot of that base early, it's clearly a problem base to keep alive. So the more he mines from it early, the less he has to kind of put to mind of keeping it alive later. Because if he already mines it out, he can just give that base up and focus on other sides of the map where he might have an easier time deeper in the game against that Terran force. I wonder if there's a little bit of like that kind of logic to it. As another Roach counterattack finds its way up the left-hand side and into this natural again. We've seen this position of Spirit be exposed multiple times because he's obviously been very focused over here as the Vipers get the blinding clouds off, giving you a fantastic engagement. The tanks do not do a good job of supporting because they cannot fire through the biles. And that is going to be a great little catch as Yakov taking a great fight there. Plus the Roaches breaking into the natural at the same time. If they weren't move commanding around and dancing about sillily, they would be actually fine. They turn onto these Marines and will trade decently, and we'll still be able to get some SCVs after too, so able to trade very well. And again, that could have been even better because it could have happened so much sooner with the roaches on move command initially. Marines actually do get the bottom left base, so that one's not allowed. Maybe now we do kind of contract our defense just to the 5 bases, and maybe this right side base is safer than ever before because you've got Vipers, and so you've got a better way to shut down tanks and to shut down this position more than previously. Plus the engineering bay here as well, it seems, so no +3 attack in play any longer. We just got our +3 armor on the way, but yeah, losing an engineering bay is going to be a bit of a shame too. The counterattacks of Yakov certainly finding some advantages. A good couple of Balins coming through. What I love is that Yakov tried to kind of switch into Lings and stuff as well, but I feel like so much of the success here has still just come from the Roach Ravager. The deeper in the game you get, the less you kind of expect Roach Ravager to really be kind of sustainable and viable. It's been pretty darn good in these games. As the Roach Ravager continues up, the Marines continue to take damage. The Medivacs will continue to stand there and take some hits as well. As we see a few more Marines having to back away, the Ravagers continue to fire some shots off. We'll just go consuming up and get a little bit more energy. Roach Ravagers still gathering together again. Marines around the right side. Medevac's coming through. One more kill on this right side base. Just in case you've been counting. The Roach Ravager, though, will clean up the army. And Spirit down 100 supply after that is not going to be able to stay in this against the upcoming counterattack because we make our way across the map. Roaches and Ravagers coming straight through. And it should just be game. I don't think Spirit survives this at all. Step up. Some more shots coming in. GG gets called. Yakov is going to take game 2 of this best of 3. We're going to get tied up here and going into a third and final game between Yakov and Spirit. Keeps this Group B interesting, man. Yakov's 0-2, so if he wins this, it actually gets very interesting. Potential 3-way tiebreaker in the group, for example, so a lot of possibility there. Let's drop some invites down. We'll just be heading straight into this third game of the series, guys. We'll get that set up in a moment. And yeah, get straight on into this. Just double checking the French streamers don't need both their streamers in game. Usually they Discord over to each other. So just double checking that. We'll go into this game 3. Perfect. Alright, let's jump into game 3 then. It's going to be incorporeal for this final one. Let's get this on the go. Go, 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 go. Alrighty guys, sorry I had a little bit of a sneeze at the end of that last game, so that was a little sniffly. Ay, ay, ay. Treacherous game. I'm getting my head down, a little sneeze. It has not been an easy conclusion to this best of 3 as we head into the final game. Let's see who's going to come out on top. Like I say, for Spirit, you lose this, you're 0-2, and that's going to be rough. You would have to beat Goblin to force a 3-way tie, I believe. And even then, it's going to come down to map score, which I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work out right now. I'll have to check in on it. See, for Yakov, he must win this to potentially kind of force that same situation, so... We played some crazy games yesterday as well, by the way. Him versus Goblin, the first game they played, was absolutely ridiculous. If you missed that, Group B yesterday was actually a very good group, the rest of the games from this group at least. The games that we cast of it. Well, it might not have had like the superstar names that you sometimes see. It was just actually still very good games. Percival, Goblin, Yakov, they were all playing great StarCraft, so it was very, very fun to watch, so... I'd recommend you go check that out. And if you missed it, you're looking for some more StarCraft to catch up on, Might be a good idea. Droney on the map. Checking for proxies initially, but then... What are we going to do? Still just checking for proxies? Really making sure we're not going to die to anything? This is a very thorough scout, so... Yeah, Yakov is trying to make absolute sure that this is going to be okay for him. Don't want to die here in this game 3, but that's a lot of mining time given up for this drone. Just to check around like that, you know? So yeah, interesting stuff. Orbital coming through. Factory on the way. Have the reactor on. As we get settled, all those drones get into the extractor. And then be popping back out. Have our overload coming up to the top. It's going to be taking position as it moves around a little bit. And the CC will get placed here as well. So we're going to put that CC straight down. Little Queen's coming over. Link speed coming up. Got a couple of Queens still building. Just gonna see the drone down the bottom side, the Ling up the left. Queen's gonna get a little jump onto that Zerglin as well, so it's gonna go straight to that as it runs up into the main base, but the Hellions are going to be there to meet it, so that's an easy shutdown as well. Again, CC building, Link speed building, topboard coming through, and those couple of Hellions will continue out across to the bottom right-hand side. Queen's gonna shoot, Hellions take some damage, a few Zerglings come about, Queen's gonna be there again, Ling speed. Couple Lings, drones, all coming through. We get the Banshee and the Cloaking up as well. We'll just follow these Hellions for now as they're on the map and obviously still the closest thing to a threat. As the Roachron comes up, now we do have ourselves the Ling speed finishing, so we'll have Lings with speed. Hellions are gonna get in, but do we love it? Not really, right? We're gonna be able to shut those down. It's a good shutdown. Just a couple of Lings going down is absolutely fine. So 4 Hellions given up for nothing here initially. Roachron is still about halfway done. And again, the Banshee Hellion Cloaking continues up. The Zergling is going to get up to the top as we go as well. So these Lings just run out to the other side. And again, just going to be seeing the Hellions and the Cloak all coming through for now. So one Marine going to get jumped on. He's going to come back the other side. Again, the Zerglings get chased. That single Marine going to hit the Overload, but will not have high ground vision until the Banshee pops over here to actually get rid of it. So, Yakov is going to take the opportunity to take the Watchtower. Hold that. Again, lair building about halfway done currently. Also got those additional drones in production. Just for now. Plus the Queen. And we're looking pretty cozy still. Cloak, Stim, Banshee, Hellions, all coming up for the moment. Overlord out down to the bottom left, trying to see a bit of what's going on as well. And just to scout around to see what's up. That's how our lair continues to build. And Banshee, going to get a couple of dronies. There's going to be 3-4 workers going down pretty quickly, so good damage being dealt. So this Banshee is actually finding Yakov really unprepared on that third base. 8 drones go down. I mean, that's really good damage. So, opening Banshee is going to deliver quite the punch. Nidus Network coming down. I mean, again, we're building roaches. We already have Banshees. Where is the Nidus building to be hidden away here? Oh, it's right there on the natural. Spirit doesn't see it, to be fair, and he actually loses a Banshee. That's kind of a big deal. You know? It's kind of a big deal in the grand scheme of things right now, what we're talking about. Maybe there is some potential for this Nidus to get through. Doesn't get seen. 1 Banshee dead. That's a lot of Hellions down the left-hand side. What do you do about those Hellions? Can you just wall the front with Queens and Roaches? So many Roaches coming across the map. Obviously, we'll Nidus to bring the Banshee, the Queens across against the Banshees soon. So again, picked away at. Here we go with these Hellions showing up. Like I say, the Lings and Roaches. Just gonna jump on those. Because you saw them coming, it's a good defense, so And Spirit not able to do much there, but Yakov is committed to this attack that's coming in shortly. He's going to have to get this going very, very soon if he wants to see some success. So here we go. Knight is going to go up into the main base. There's nothing nearby. The tank just spawned. Okay, tank's going to turn around and a few Marines are going to come over with the stim done. And nothing else is really in position just yet to take advantage of this, unfortunately. So that Knight is going to go down. Now Knight is just outside of the natural. But now you know to start getting very defensive here is Spirit. So Spirit will begin his defense in a better way. We actually already droning as Yakov, and the Roach Speed coming up too. I like building drones, and Roach Speed is not exactly ideal right now. Oh, the Knight just goes down. The Queens were not out first. We do not get the transfusion onto the Knight. So only a few Roaches popping out, and right now we're missing an Overseer, so we can't deal with this. Okay, there's the Overseer. I don't think we can deal with this, but yeah, we're going to lose the Creep Tumors. Or at least we lost one of the Creep Tumors we placed down. The other Creep Tumor will actually get to finish as the creep spread dissipated, but it will still be built, and that means it will start to spread creep there. So something we can work with. It's just not gone well enough for Yakov, though. This was a complete disaster of an attack. I actually felt like at first when he was coming across the Roach Ravager, but then he turned around to deal with the Hellions, and because he stopped for that, he lost so much of the momentum that he had set up. I think he should just let the Hellions go do their thing. Attack with the Roaches. I actually think he would have been in a much better spot, because I think it was just going to be hitting much earlier, and then you could maybe Knight us to reinforce afterward. I don't know. I just felt like he was in such a good spot in that position, and then dealing with the Hellions, while he dealt with the Hellions well, it just, like I say, it felt like it slowed him down so much that I get to this point now where it seems like Yakov may unfortunately be falling out of this group without a series victory. He played great games as well. He took the map in every one of his series, if I'm not mistaken, but yeah, just not quite there to take a series, which is obviously the important thing at the end of the day. Medevac's going to come boosting through. Obviously, this is just an assumption that Spirit then closes out from here because his position is very good. 1-1 upgrades in his favor is going to be very helpful as well, so we'll see maybe if there's some way to come through. Marine's going to come over. Going to go after the Overseer for a couple of moments. And the missiles and the Carapace coming up as well. Roach Ravager just pulls back down in towards the center here. The station pick coming online. The Hydrogen coming up currently. A couple scans about as Extractor continues on through, and the Roach Ravager gathering in for the moment. Just going to be seeing our missiles and the Carapace with the Proof Spines also on the way for now. The station pick going to be a part of that as well. Let's get rid of a couple of Group Tumors. The Roach Ravager goes back the other way. Get those Medevac's chased out of here for the moment again. Some missiles, plus one Carapace coming up. Medevac's again chased back, but the issue is for Yakov is just that you're still on a Roach Ravager army against a Terran who's getting more and more powerful. Soon to be on 2-2 upgrades, and this push is looking very scary. Just still flying. We're just going to see that tank going down, Hellback going down. Again, the army's still heading down to the bottom. Marines are going to get set up into position. And Rotron already falling here. Can we find any sort of a defense as Yakov? My hopes and belief are kind of low, unfortunately. I think he's going to get absolutely steamrolled. Being down in upgrades against this mass of Marines, you don't even need the siege tanks. If that isn't a statement about the position of this game, I don't know what is. GG's, and Spirit takes it 2-1 in this best of 3, so he will get the 2-1 victory, and that is going to be a big one. So Yakov ends up eliminated, and that brings us to Goblin versus Spirit. Okay, Goblin versus Spirit, which will straight up be a matchup which decides who advances, because Percival's 3-0, Yakov's 0-3, and then Spirit and Goblin is just a straight up BO3 to decide. The winner just advances. Doesn't matter on the maps or anything, so that's nice. Cool. Alright, so we're going to go into Goblin Spirit here. I'll just give it a moment for some ads to roll through, guys, and we'll get into this TVP to round out our day. Last matchup coming through. Starting up on ley lines. Been losing casters, man. We're down to just one other caster in this lobby with me. We started the day with like 6 casters and now we're on 2. Alright. We'll take a couple moments then. Like I say, a minute or so, get some ads playing, and then we'll go into Spirit vs. Goblin. Some TVP to round us out. Alright, let's do it. Let's jump into this Goblin vs. Spirit series, guys. Last match of the day, last match of Group B. And like I say, the winner advances to the playoffs, the loser is out. So far in every group, a Terran has finished first and a Protoss has finished second. So if Goblin wins this, he would keep that trend going. Let's see. We are going to head into the top right side of the map with the red Protoss player. This is Goblin. Very interested to see what his PvT looks like against Spirit. Yesterday, Goblin's PvT against... First of all, was like, he took a lot of damage, he kept ending up behind, and then he just stayed alive, only to then lose bigger fights again. Yeah, that series was an absolute mind-bender. Like, I still can't quite... I was kind of tired as well. I just can't quite explain what was really happening in that series. Like, looking back, I still don't really feel like I truly understand just what went down. So, that's some pretty ridiculous stuff. Alright, taking a moment, some long games again. This group B had lengthy games in that last match as well. Had a lot of lengthy games yesterday. It's just all about length in this group, apparently. 2-1 Yakov versus Spirit. Spirit run. 1. That's what we just finished watching. CC building, next on the way. We'll get coming through, the Adept as well. Coming up right now. Probe just wandering as the Reaper will go across. So again, just going to have a little bit of a peek in for a few moments. And see what we can do. Adept coming about. Going to shade through. Up going to be there. Maybe gets turned the other direction. Again, we got our CC and our factory coming about. Reactor still coming through for the moment. Orbital Command coming about as well. Reaper actually takes another shot, very nearly going down to that Adept hit. Start building, Reaper pulling down. It's going to be seeing the Adept. Going to be coming back around for the Reaper as well. So yeah, couple Hellions just going to be coming about. Adept going to be taking some damage. Seeing the Adept continue to move about for the moment, continue to come through, and the Reaper and the Hellion continue to join up for the moment. Building, Robo Facility on the way out. Continue to get that set up for the moment. Again, Medevac and the Marine coming through as well here currently. Let's just see how our Link continue to come through. And that Robo Facility coming online. The Medevac and the Marines coming through. These units are going to come chasing across, and that Adept will get chased. Stalker going to come through as well, as the Adept already went down. And the Marine's going to get back to the bunker for the moment, so a little bit of safety. Still got the Reaper. And go back onto the other side of the map as well. Would love to try and just poke about, maybe get a probe or two, and just maybe gather some further info to see if there's anything kind of else up for grabs in terms of the information game. Trying to boost in Twilight though. I mean, Robo Facility coming up. There's nothing really spectacular here. There's going to be 4 gateways soon, but obviously this is on the back of taking the expansion, which is just very regular as well. So it's a whole world of normality. And the Widow Mine drop, sorry, which is arriving on this side. Going to be denying the mining on this natural expansion for just a few moments. So Spirit slowing Goblin down here a little bit on ley lines for these early stages. Little Mine fires, gets a probe. It's going to be 2 probes killed in total. And the Medevac can try and do a little bit more here. That Widow Mine's not even off cooldown yet, and already a few probes pulling off the line to fight it, so just being a little bit of a nuisance. And then that Medevac going to sit in the background. Will not be able to do much for now, but is still keeping a few Stalkers pinned back here, right? As long as those few Stalkers are stood there, they're not out on the map, they're not harassing, they're not going in to kind of make a big hoo-ha of what's going on, so yeah, they're going to get kind of slowed down a little bit and stopped for the moment. Marine's going to be there with the Stalker turning the other way, tank sieging up as well. That tank going to fire up, hits that Stalker already, and yeah, Stimpak and +1 both building, charge on the way through. Robo Bay on the way through, add some probes. And also the Raven on a little bit of a journey about the map at the moment as well. Now, Auditors will find a couple workers, but it's going to be about it. The line of Stalkers defensively against that Medevac. I think at this point, Goblin's just accepted that he's not going to be being too aggressive with Stalkers. Oh, I say that as he tries to get a tank. He actually gets the tank. Wow. 5 probes died, by the way, so that auto turret actually did some serious work. How did we get the siege tank with this Stalker count? That's ridiculous. Just finding, I guess because the bio was just a bit out of position up to the top. Kinda huge. Oh, 1 Stalker going down, the rest of the bio stepping forward as well. +1 charge still coming up. Stimpak, Combat Shield, and +1 building as we speak. And the rest of the bio coming around the top. Medevac going to step over. And Combat Shield finishing shortly. The +1 attack upgrade coming online. A couple more units unloading, and still the Stalkers moving up to this top side as well. As we have our CC, our Medevac, our Widow Mine still building. Get everything gathered in together. Attack upgrade and extended thermal land still coming through. As the Stalker's going to be forced back, Bioun's going to get there, a couple of Zealots going to go charging forward. Ourselves, the Colossus going to be there as well to try and fight the Bio back the other direction. And the Widow Mine going to go off onto a Stalker. No, not just yet. The Zealots are still going to run forward though, and they're going to go after a lot of that Bio force, so again, chasing down for the moment. Got the Marines and Marauders coming through. Barracks coming up. Get rid of a Medevac already, so just going to grab that. Worker count's kind of even at this point. Obviously, it would be nice to see Goblin a few workers ahead. make up for the mules that the Terran has. We can have a drop into the natural, so Auto Turret has been harassing. The cannon actually took some damage already before this, and now drop gets in. We're actually going to kill a bunch of workers already, so right off the bat, 6 probes going down. Back the other way, extended thermal lance coming through, more bio in the top left. Did not get to continue forward during this, so in the end, Goblin turns it around decently. It's just still costing you quite a few workers. Zealots on the other side, however, may make up for that somewhat as we get through here and we get rid of a couple of SCVs right away, so we can start off with that. Thermal lance still coming through, +1 armor coming online. As Goblin continues to establish, he definitely felt like his best self when he was on Miles Colossus yesterday. That was definitely the moment at which he felt or looked to be his strongest, so kind of expecting that to maybe be true again on this one today, as playing this game against Spirit. Right now his supply is down. He's going to step onto the map and start threatening a little bit. Going to say, hey look, I've got a Colossus, you know, fear me almost, but gotta be careful. There's a couple of Vikings out. There's a lot of Marauders in this army too. I wouldn't be surprised if this army somewhat could maybe step through and kind of knock a Colossus down out of nowhere. Something to watch for is because of shells, the armor upgrade, the ghosts all continue to come around right now. Few Stalkers is going to fire up another shot already. Again, gateways and the Nexus coming about on the side of Goblins, so we bring that over too. The Bio Force going to come up once again. Zealots are still going to run forward, a couple of Widowmine shots connecting. You can see the rest of this Bio army diving through. Exactly like I said, there's enough Marauders to maybe just go dive Colossus. We did not save that first one. Could have lifted it into the Prism to kind of keep it alive a little bit longer. Spirit is going to be now starting to work on that Prism and actually pick that off with the Viking potentially to really push this back and to shut this down. So it looks as though Goblin is going to kind of just die here, and Spirit going to take a convincing lead in this opening game. So Spirit looking good. Two upgrades starting on the side of Goblins, so those upgrades coming about. Dark Shrine building, Colossus on the way. Armory and Engineering Bay coming through. We have that starport on as well. Just another little addition on top of everything else. Those upgrades very much so coming into play for the moment. As after the Stalkers will step up and chase a little bit of bio down. Bio will stim and chase some Stalkers the other direction as well. Now there's Marauders getting on top. Stalkers taking hits. Again, Medivacs, Marauder, Marine. Need to produce armory coming about as well for the moment. To see the probe on the low ground. A few extra Zealots get warped in. Two upgrades, ship weapons coming about. And the Dark Shrine Disruptor, Prism Speed. Other 2 upgrades coming around as well. I mean, this is nice because we're all over the place kind of doing damage. The main mineral line completely evacuated. Zealots there. Gonna start hitting some production. Not sure if they'll get rid of any before they go down, but it's going to pull a lot of units out of the way. Maybe it gives you the chance to do more. Unfortunately, we're kind of fighting from this low ground to high ground. I just don't feel like there's much potential there. The problem is only really the Colossus are fighting, but then the Colossus are kind of getting hit back by Vikings. So, like I say, you're just not really gaining much. Defense here is good from Spirit as well, so that's going to be a good shutdown. Turn that away. Bio's still chasing after 1 or 2 Zealots at the tail end. A Stalker blinking back, and then they blink forward. And that Bioforce gathering, the few Vikings coming through. 2 upgrades going to be well on the way here for Spirit as well. He's actually going to take this fight right now. Has to run away from the Disruptor. It does, I believe, the Vikings very easily to get rid of the Colossus though. So Goblin Colossus count is gone. And the rest of this army? Not sure if the rest of this army is really something that can make much of anything happen at the moment, to be honest. Well, disruptor shots like that will help. As first, the second one was really the kind of the golden one. The third one never went off. We're still going to continue to dive up here. We get rid of this base, so Goblin gets a base on the way out, but I've got Vikings landing across the map. They killed the Colossus, so they just decided to go harass. And they're very effective, although Zealot should be able to fight them. Obviously, as you commit in, Well, apparently we're not going to commit on the Vikings at all. We're just going to leave them to do their thing. Instead, he's going to focus on this army, which is kind of on the lower end of the HP scale, and he's just going to chase that down and try and take advantage. It does mean he loses the base on the 12 o'clock to the Vikings, but maybe this momentum is the opening that Goblin needs to make something happen, because otherwise, he might just be afraid that this game is going to get out of reach for him anyway. So trying to strike while the iron is hot. As the Widow Mine hits onto the Zealots. Stalkers coming up. We need to get these Stalkers to keep chasing the Medivacs. One of the main things we've seen recently for Protoss success is getting the Medivacs targeted down with the Stalkers non-stop throughout the game. And yeah, those Stalkers kind of trailing behind hitting SCVs while we're chasing the army is not exactly ideal. This is going to come in here, finally going to clean up those Vikings. But man, these Vikings did so much. Like I say, I understood it in a way ignoring them because you wanted to press across the map and make something happen. But obviously now that that across the map attack was okay, but not really much more than okay, it kind of brings you to this position where it's like, well, yeah, we kind of killed, you know, we just lost so much to the Vikings that maybe it wasn't all that great in the end. Maybe we should have just cleaned up the Vikings and then tried to play out of that position instead, you know? Solid Stalker gathering, another disruptor shot fires in from the sides. Three upgrades coming through, so we're going to get really powered up here as Goblin again very shortly. Those upgrades fully into play. Well, Widow Mine shots still coming through the Stalkers. Fire up some hits as well. Now some EMPs coming in on top of everything else, and trying to get to a point of cleanup in here. Spirit is across the map, just going to deny that location immediately as well, so that's going to be a nice easy pick-off, no worries at all. Jump onto a few of these Stalkers. This Colossus really just didn't have any friends with them, huh? Bam. Definitely not ideal. +3 attack coming through on the engineering bay. Viking and Marauders coming up as well. Continue to bring that through. No! The treacherous disruptor shot is the next one, kind of just whips as well. And Spirit just moves up. As the Zealots warp in, you think maybe that's the point where Spirit has to back away a bit, but if he doesn't have to back away, this game might just be done, because then you're not buying yourself any more time as Goblin here. Disruptors are going to spawn, not do anything. They are going to die. It looks as though Spirit will be good to take game number 1 of this BO3. More Stalkers warping in, the Medivacs pull back. And yeah, not really much else to add here on ley lines, as Spirit has very comfortably got the advantage. He does pull back just to kind of, I guess, reinforce a little bit and just guarantee he's going to be in the better position, but yeah, I think we can obviously see pretty safely that this is all about Spirit. GG gets called. Goblin taps out. Spirit takes the opening game here on ley lines. So Spirit gets the 1-0 advantage in this matchup that the winner will just straight up advance into the playoffs from. So again, there's nothing messed up or complicated or map score related. It is just the winner will advance, the loser will not. XZEQ, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Then we go into Tokamak here for game number 2 of this series. I'm just waiting for the French stream to hop on out and come join us. Alrighty. Let's go into it, guys. Game number 2 of this BO3. Can Goblin bounce back? Or will Spirit lock himself into the playoffs? Finishing this group behind Percival in 2nd place. Alright, let's go. Top right, that red pro display here, down a game, is Goblin. The blue Terran in opposition is Spirit. I don't understand why you go Disruptors over Colossus. They fill two very different roles. Disruptors, first of all, meld into like a gateway army much better. And the role of a Disruptor is to really zone out a Terran player and to kind of force the Terran to split and pull back and dodge away and not be able to just chase forwards consistently. The Colossus very much are just about consistent damage output. So they're about having enough damage to take on a bunch of smaller units. So they just fill two very different roles. Later in the game, it's very difficult because if you lose your Colossus count, one or two Colossus probably don't make a difference, especially if your opponent has Vikings up or if they're just not supported properly. Whereas one or two Disruptors, A, build faster, and B, can also be kind of used very quickly and effectively in the sense of, you know, one or two Disruptors can force the Terran to pull back and that maybe gives you a bit of time. One or two Colossus really just do not have that same effect. Next is a Deb Orb Gate coming in. You see in the factory coming up, add a reactor on. As that Reaper battles for a little bit of damage, can be seen the Twilight Council, the choice of tech here from Goblin. Reaper gets all the way back home. And again, Reaper and the Hellion just going to gather up. And together, they shall conquer the world. Or at least try to. Okay, we're coming online. Next coming through, stim back on the other side. Gonna have ourselves the Marines coming up and online as well. Get the Raven up. Obviously going to be a nice tool for harassing. Was a good tool last game for harassing for sure. The last game? Did you have a Raven? Oh, we're thinking about the CLEM gamers earlier. Once again, we casted so much StarCraft, it's all merging into one. Why have we just killed 7 probes though? That's not meant to happen. That is rough. I'm just building. Sim about to finish, so we are going to have a fast stim in the game. We'll see if Spirit can make use of that at all with all his Marines if they want to move on the map or not. Stalker's moving down. This one on the combat shield getting set up. Stepping out the front, obviously chase a few of those Stalkers away. Again, Goblin losing so many of those probes early already feels rough for him. Now, he's rebuilt the workers nicely, but it's always going to cut into what you can afford in the next stage of the game, right? So kind of eyes open for that early damage to kind of really reflect sooner rather than later. We call a few Stalkers out of there. Fire Force coming across, Widow Mines as well. Wizards warping in. Fire gonna fight. Widow Mines gonna be setting up to try and trade. Close the depth still getting jumped on as well. Colossus gonna be there as well, just gonna hold back. As Bioforce pulling back, and again a couple of medevacs peeling away with it. We just reset ourselves a little bit at the moment as our Stalkers hang about, get rid of a Widow Mine. And Goblin stabilizing with that Colossus, so doing a good job of just improving his position up to this kind of stage, getting through to this point where he can kind of live on through for the moment. All Vikings on the way out, armor upgrade still building in. Just gonna have ourselves again the extended thermal lens and the +1 armor coming through as well, so again a bit of everything coming up for the moment now. Let's just have another few zealots moving on through. Big push around that bottom right side. Medevacs and bio units, Widow Mines as well. Gonna come across. Into that right side. That one's going to go down. Nice those Zealots, which means this fourth base is going to go down too. I almost thought we could have actually let the Zealots warp in and then just killed them as wasted money, but more guaranteed just to get the base after cancelling the warp in, right? 6 probes going down. Again, Spirit the one dealing all the damage here early. Goblin the one just taking hit after hit so far. Colossus is going to shoot. The mine's taking some damage. Gonna fight back the other way. Prison goes over to that left side. Marine gonna kind of try and zone it a little bit. The rest of the army gathering up. And again, the Ghost Academy gonna finish very shortly. Of this army moving down the bottom, bio units included. Zealots and Stalkers making their way through the bottom side. Chasing for now, as we actually have ourselves the bio units turning around for a second. Stalkers get shot up by those Widow Mines. A few more ghosts coming about right here. Stalkers coming up. Let's do attack starting on the Forge. Gather everything together as the army of Goblin threatens the idea of continuing to push through. Fire will be then again, just turning this around. More Stalkers gathering together. Armory and Engineering Bay continue to build up. And Bio joining us well as we do see a couple of shots coming through. Colossus is going to go down. Those Stalkers going to be in trouble as well, no? This army is just not doing it. The Vikings getting rid of the Colossus so easily in Spirit. Still yet to really kind of take any hits in this game. There it is, a hit from Goblin in the form of hitting the mineral line on the other side. The best thing that Goblin's done so far, because every fight has just been very convincing from Spirit. That really does not bode well for our Protoss here. He was fighting for his tournament life. Obviously, the loser of this is eliminated as wow. The SCV's got there to repair that orbital just about in time. Killed the main. Could they have changed things, going down to 2 bases as the Terran? Not really. There's another CC building already. We could have replaced it quickly, and we've done enough that would have been. It would have been an offsetting kind of bit of damage, but it wouldn't have been like, oh my god, like I just lost the game because of this kind of damage, right? CC gonna go floating over. Just for a moment. Let's do attack coming in on the Engineering Bay. SCVs are going to return. Rest of the army gathering up. Let's do attack coming in on the forge. Stalker's going to get an SCV. Sensor tower goes down as well. Rest of the bio army comes across also right now. You can see a couple more of those stalkers going down for the moment. And +2 attack is about to finish, as that disruptor will finish shortly. Zealot Stalker still very much so on the way. A few Vikings peel over to the side. Getting over to the left there and joining up with the Raven. So just get there, we get rid of the Widow Mine. And goes for the missile turret as well. We're gonna fight, gonna begin to trade. The Stalker's taking shots, a few of those Zealots going down also. Disruptor shots coming about, Bio Army still stepping backward. Now we come diving through. This army is kind of low HP, it's been stimming so much because there's been so many good fights for it to take. Low HP army from Spirit, gonna back away, but man, his supply is just through the roof. And we just continue to build disruptors, which is kind of a desperation move from Goblin. Colossus kind of melded, so he's just going to build the disruptors, but I feel like he's just been dying all game long, though. Like I say, it's hard to think of a moment which was really like, oh yeah, Goblin, you know, that was really the great moment for Goblin that we've been waiting on. This didn't really happen at all. Only dive down the left side. Maybe an SCV there going down, the Sense Tower falls. I'll jump onto the bunker. Taking that out, the rest of the bio still coming through as well as we continue over. And the 2-2 upgrades coming in, bio force all gathering. +3 attack coming up on the forge also, as we just have 3 extra stalkers coming about. The medevac going to go boosting onward into the main base. A few stalkers blink underneath, going to get rid of the medevac here. More disruptor shots going through. It's a nice anti-armor missile. It's going to strike on the other side. I see that Bioforce trying to come over. Another disruptor shot firing through. Think up to the top. Get rid of those couple of Vikings. I mean, hey, Goblin's going to hang on in there, and he's going to equalize the army supply. But man, his army is Zealot, Stalker, Disruptor. All you need is to kind of be careful against the Disruptors, and over time, you should continue to do very well against this as Spirits. So again, he should not be in any rush in these fights. Going to just kite back nicely at the moment. Yeah. It's frustrating because it feels like you've been doing so well, you should just be able to attack in, but this is one of those moments where the Protoss is choosing to build a worse army just for the sake of survival, because they've got no other choice, right? If you're trying to build something better, you probably die. And now that they're surviving, they're going to try and improve the army by going into the Colossus again. Like I say, as Spirit, you've just got to be kind of calm and patient in these moments and kind of let this build through. More gates coming up. Next is on the way. Colossus Corona boosting. Io and Medevacs joining up. It's going to stim in. A little bit of Zealot Stalker taking some damage as well. Rocks will take some more damage. You're going to see the rocks dropping here in a moment or two. 3-3 upgrades coming about as well. Plus armor upgrade coming about. Colossus on the way through. Another few stalkers setting up as well, so again we continue to come across, shots firing. Nexus in the top left-hand side coming about, so have our +2 ship weapons, Ghost on the way. Again, a couple of these disruptors getting jumped on already. Spirit quick to just jump over there and make something of that, so again doing a decent job of just trying to jump on this. He's now going to go for the denial on all of these disruptors as he comes in from the other side too, gets the Colossus as he goes. And it does really feel as though Goblin is going to get himself into just more and more trouble, because again you get fully surrounded, you get shut down. This continues to not quite go the way you want it to, and I think disaster really is just written across the board at the moment, as 3-3 upgrades will not be far from finishing for Spirit. Pylon going down, this Nexus is going to fall. Really difficult to... Again, just, I mean, the entire game has been kind of Goblin just dying. Again, he's built back into the armies a few times over, but again, it's always been those weaker armies because of how badly a lot of the trades went earlier. 6,000 resource loss difference as well. Shows you that a lot of these trades have been one-sided too. You can see the army size. There's always been those big drop-offs for Goblin, whereas Spirit, the bigger drop-offs have been joined by always bigger drop-offs from his opponent, you know? So, yeah. I think we are coming out at a point of GG here, guys. I mean, Goblin is maxed out once again. Let's see what he can do. I mean, he's got a couple Colossus in the back. I love that Spirit also has some aggression going. An army on the left-hand side gets rid of that Nexus up over there. It's just going to be able to grab that as now Zealot Stalker continues to give chase. CC up in the sky. Stalker's going to hit the CC for a few moments. Ballistic's going to be finishing shortly. Plus 2 ship weapons. I mean, again, just more and more things. Attack improvement here from Spirit that's just going to propel him further and further into the lead of this game. Like I say, the supply is one thing to look at, but the actual kind of position and what we've got on the map and the base count and all the rest of it is a completely other thing, and all those things point towards Spirit. What also points towards Spirit is the score in the series. He's up 1-0, and a win here sends him straight into the round of 8 of our playoffs, while it will eliminate Goblin from the tournament. Order Command has to lift off. The few Vikings and the rest continue to come through. 3 armor coming about. Other units coming over. I'm just going to knock down this cooling tower. Those blue minerals will be denied, but I don't think that's going to have a big impact on the game. Goblin's still poised to try and come back around over on the bottom side. As a couple of disruptors going to start firing through, clips some marauders. Another disruptor shot trying to go through for some marauders too. Going to clip the SCV. Got a base here that we can actually get rid of. So Goblin is again doing a good job of zoning, but I mean, what is he buying time for? Like I said, to me, Goblin's army, I mean, he improved it to get to the point of some Colossus. What can he do to step into another phase of this game, though? Because I still feel like when a big fight happens, it's going to be very one-sided. This might be it right now, as you are going to see Spirit just diving on forward. The Colossus having to just not be part of the fight. It's not ideal when the best use of your Colossus is just to sit them AFK, because otherwise they're going to die. Disruptors seem to be on cooldown now as well. There's one more shot coming through. It's not exactly ideal. I believe it hits some Zealots even. When a fight happens, it'll be one-sided, he said, and here it is. It is one-sided indeed. A nuke launches to the upper left-hand side. If Goblin notices that during everything else, I'll be impressed, because this is just hectic right now for him. And as this nuke lands, it really puts a summary on this game. Kaboom! For the entire mineral line. A couple of the units get pushed back as well. And, yeah, why not a pretty little nuke to wrap up this Group B? Because it has been an explosive Group B. The entirety of this group, obviously we saw 4 of the series of it yesterday again, but it's just been a great group. In the end, Spirit a little bit too good in this TVP for Goblin, unfortunately. It's, really makes you wonder, what if Goblin had been able to take down Percival? Might not have mattered with map score, actually, because obviously Spirit got a 2-0 here over Goblin, I guess. Well, that Percival Goblin series was very close yesterday as well. That probably is similar. Where did everyone go? It's always funny, like, these assimilators are literally like nuke-proof, right? Like, obviously they take damage, but the people inside are just fine. Probably make some money selling that tech, you know? 200 supply to the 90. You can see this one kind of closing out for a long time. And that will be it right now. GG's. And we will see Spirit taking the victory to wrap this up. So congrats to Spirit, who comes through there and gets the GG's, well played, and the victory. So congrats to him, who advances into the round of 8. That wraps up our Group B, guys, and our day. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Like I say, it was a fun day of the WardiTV May. As always, we've got the Indiegogo live still for the WardiTV 2025 series. If you want to support tournaments like this one and more as part of the WardiTV 2025 series, check out the WardiTV crowdfunder !2025 in the Twitch or YouTube chat. We'll give you the link through to the Indiegogo page. We are currently at about $6,000 raised with the $10,000 goal. Keep the love coming. Again, this is all designed towards giving you guys a chance to add to the prize pools of our tournaments this year, so we can convince more players to have a good time continuing to play StarCraft 2. So please do come and check that out. Keep on hitting up that crowdfunder. Like I say, we really do appreciate it. Hey, what's up, Drexia808? Thank you so much for the 100 bits as well. Appreciate that very much so too. And yeah, that's my last little bit of selling out for the day, guys. My last little bit of selling out for the day. Thank you so much for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to go chill a little bit. And we'll be back tomorrow with WardiTV Mondays. It's Monday tomorrow. Who knew? Awesome. I'll be back tomorrow with WardiTV Mondays, guys. I'll see you there. Thanks so much for watching. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.